In 2025, mysterious tombs appeared across the world, hiding relics with supernatural power. Seo Johan became one of the best tomb raiders until he was betrayed and left to die. But just before the end, he realized he might return 15 years into the past.
Typical isekai. Bleed out, wake up young again. Please, don't try this at home.
Beams of light, like celestial pillars, slammed into cities, bringing tombs and reshaping earthquakes. From the tombs emerged relics, objects of myth now pulsing with tangible power. Authorities scrambled, but the genie was out. They were the physical incarnations of ancient sagas, each promising the impossible. Men could dodge flipping cars. Others commanded forces with a golden disc. Stories of transformed lives spread fast. A new breed of explorer was born, dedicating their lives to the lethal pursuit of these artifacts. Johan began that journey later than most. It was a path of suffering. But after years, he believed his moment had come, kneeling before a glowing cube-shaped relic. He called it the Arcalist's Relic. It promised endless knowledge about every tomb and relic. He thought he'd won, believing he could finally end his shitty life and start anew. But his triumph lasted a heartbeat. The realization hit him. He was too late. A new, draconian law soon took hold, restricting relic use to those in power. With options gone, Johan had one path. His skills as an excavator caught the eye of a massive corporation named TKBM. They scouted him, and he joined, well aware he was working for power-hungry bastards. The CEO, Kwon Tae-Joon, made it clear the job would not be easy. It involved smuggling, theft, and espionage. But the most important title Johan held was Tomb Raider. He polished those dark skills to a razor's edge. He became a ghost, slipping into restricted areas to steal relics. His team produced staggering results. Years passed. With every relic his team secured, Kwon Tae-Joon's power grew until he became the strongest relic user in the world. His vaults overflowed with treasures Johan had bled to obtain. As Kwon ascended, Johan descended into infamy. They called him trash, a lackey at the foot of a dictator. But in a world drunk on relic power, survival was the only law. He never expected to end up the way he did. The mission that led to his bloody end was no accident. It was a trap, devised by Kwon Tae-Joon himself. The man had purposely sent him and his comrades into an impossible gauntlet. The reason was simple, petty, and cruel. Kwon felt threatened by their skills. Looking back, Johan could only spit out the judgment.
What a shameless bastard.
Back in the tomb's darkness, a bloodied hand clutched a blue crystal, the last act of a man refusing to let go. The source of his doom loomed above, a massive serpentine creature with a crest of purple and a single red eye. Johan, face streaked with blood, shouted up in raw defiance.
You fatast snake! You're still not satisfied after eating all of my comrades. Fine, go ahead. I'll fucking rip your insides out.
His rage wasn't just for the monster. It was for the man who put him there. And that Kwon Tae-Joon bastard, he vowed, his eye blazing.
Even if I die and become a ghost, I'll do whatever I can to ruin your life.
A low, condescending voice cut through his fury.
My goodness, you are a noisy one.
The serpent had spoken. The shock stole his breath. The serpent itself seemed to recoil in surprise, its tongue flicking nervously. Johan's eyes narrowed, suspicion cutting through the pain.
What did you just say?
Oh, what's this? You can hear me.
The serpent mocked. Johan scoffed.
Ha! You think this is my first time hearing the voice of a relic?
He snarled, I don't know which god you belong to.
But while I'm asking nicely, you better get rid of this snake and let me leave this place.
It was a demand from a man who had nothing left to lose. The serpent's reply was cold and factual.
Your body has split into 2 pieces.
It continued its merciless diagnosis. You're trying your best to hold on to your feeble life, but you won't last much longer.
This is the end to your lowly life.
Johan could only respond with heavy, ragged breaths. The creature delivered its final critique. Even though you possess exceptional talent, you were born too late. You weren't even able to indulge in the power you acquired. That was the final straw. Juhan turned away, his voice cracking.
Don't talk as if you know me.
The thought of Kwon Tae-Joon reignited a fire. Fuck! I'm getting mad just thinking about it again, he seethed.
That fucking geezer. I'll do whatever I can to kill him.
A low, mocking laugh echoed. You amuse me, the voice purred.
It truly will be a waste to see that talent die off.
Before Juhan could process it, a new presence manifested. He stammered,
What? What are you doing?
Then a new voice cut through the darkness.
I will give you a chance.
Juhan registered a new shape. A massive spectral bird with wings crackling like blue lightning.
A bird?
He thought, bewildered. The crow-like entity issued its challenge.
Let's see if you can truly claim the throne of the king this time.
Juhan dismissed the title with a weary internal groan. A king, my ass. Elsewhere, a detached mind wondered. Was that a hero rank relic? Or something greater? A god rank? Light, sound, and pain vanished. Juhan's next sensation was the cool, hard surface of a desk. He looked down. His hands were clean. No blood. He sat up, the memory of a crow seared into his mind. He lurched to his feet, his body responding with jarring stability. He patted his chest, his sides. I'm perfectly fine. What just happened? He muttered.
All my wounds are gone too.
He wasn't in a tomb. He was in a brightly lit room, surrounded by desks, monitors, and weary-looking people in TKBM uniforms. A kid in a yellow hoodie voiced the confusion. A police station! What's going on right now? An impatient officer snapped. Hey you! What are you blabbering about? I've been asking for your identity. Do you think we have all night? The pieces clicked into a terrifying picture. The crow. The healed body. Ah, I see. Juhan breathed out. The officer sighed, repeating the demand. Your name, please. But Juhan's mind was racing.
Did that crow do this?
A dream? A hallucination? No, it felt vivid, as the officer finally shouted, God damn it!
What is your name?
Juhan's head snapped up, his eyes locked onto the man, and he asked the only question that mattered now. What is your name? Around him, the station hummed with mundane misery. One officer grumbled about going insane. Another slumped at his desk. I already gave up. Apparently this year is known as the year nobody goes home. God-awful 2025. The words hit Joan like a blow. It's the year 2025? The date was wrong.
I'm positive that the year isn't 2025.
His eyes found confirmation on a digital display. January 1st, 2025, 10:46 a.m. Panic sliced through him.
What the hell is going on right now?
Nearby, a civilian peered at the yellow-hooded kid. Wait, that high school kid looks pretty familiar? The civilian's memory surfaced. A drunken high school kid, a fight, a trip to this station. The memory dovetailed perfectly with Juhan's own past. I can't believe this. His fist clenched tight. The clean station, the mundane complaints, the confirmed date, it all collided. A single thought erupted.
Is this real?
The final truth crystallized. The crow's challenge echoed. Let's see if you can truly claim the throne of the king this time. Seo-Joan looked at his own young, unmarked hands in the light of a police station on New Year's Day, 2025, and asked,
Did I really go back 15 years? Please, you are not getting a young body overnight like this guy. Go hit the gym.
In the police station, a voice gave an ultimatum. Pay the settlement or go to jail. Seo-Jorai Kwon, and his 17-year-old body felt only annoyed. He decided to deal with the situation first. His mind went back to the fight. He remembered the yellow-hooded kid, his younger self, picking that fight 15 years ago. He'd barely touched him before the kid collapsed. A suspicion formed. The whole thing might have been planned. But suspicion was a luxury. He had no money for the settlement. Worse, his tools and the Arcalist's relic, his key to navigating tombs, were not with him. Despair crept in. Without income or his old advantages, how could he collect all the relics? A dark thought. Had his revival been a cruel hoax? That despair was interrupted by a sharp grip on his shoulder. The brown-haired man in the green coat, furious at being ignored, shouted,
If someone is talking to you, then you should pay attention to them.
From behind a monitor, the yellow-hooded kid and an officer watched, but Seo Juhan was no longer a teenager. His eye flashed with a sharp blue light, the reaction of a man who spent years fighting for his life in tombs. Before the man could tighten his grip, Seo Juhan's forearm snapped up, blocking it with a sharp crack. He thought,
Oh? I blocked it.
Staring at his hand, he was shocked. The movement was instinctive. Was it because he retained his 15 years of experience? If his skills improved this much, what else had carried over? A new commotion erupted. The yellow-hooded kid lunged. Seo Johan caught his wrist mid-swing, holding him back easily. The curly-haired woman looked alarmed. He muttered, Calm down, Auntie, his voice even. He turned his cold gaze to the woman. The one who started the fight was your son. Besides, don't you think you both are being ridiculous right now? A flash of recognition crossed her face as he concluded, Well, I guess it's true when they say, like, mother like son. The insult ignited the kid. The kid snarled.
What did you just say, you bastard? I was planning to be generous and let you go easy, but...
Seo Joan didn't wait. He saw the attack coming, his body moving into a counter. A fist connected with a solid thud. Before the stunned kid could recover, Seo Joan used his momentum, lifting and slamming him hard onto the floor. The kid cried out,
Ack! Ouch! That hurts! Ouch!
The takedown was brutal and efficient. Standing over his defeated self, he felt it clearly. His body was lighter and more responsive. He understood why. I guess it's because I haven't gotten the side effects from the relics just yet. The physical toll of wielding artifacts was gone. 3 TKBM officers rushed in.
Hey, all of you cut it out. What are you guys doing causing a scene in a police station?
Seo Juhan shrugged, saying,
Oops.
Faced with a demand for money, he shocked the room. He looked the woman dead in the eye.
So, you can just lock me up in jail for all I care.
She gasped.
What?
Choosing jail? That's a bold opening move.
After a tense moment, she conceded.
Fine. Suit yourself. You just made a big mistake.
Seo Joan turned away, indifferent. As he was led to a cell, he thought about a criminal record. To the man who had seen the future, it was meaningless. Criminal records? That shit doesn't even matter anymore, he reflected. His certainty was clear. Once the relics show up, the world is going to be thrown in a lawless chaos. Sitting alone, he assessed his situation. The improved reflexes were an asset. Not enough. It's good that I'm able to fight better, but that's still not going to be enough. The true barrier was resources. Without money, no tools, travel, or way to reach tombs first. I need to hurry up and get a source of income in order to fund my excavations. The question of how hung in the air. He stared into the dim cell. A faint, purple, smoke-like energy flickered around him, with a low static sound. Later the world fractured. Hands seemed to reach from shadows, but his attention was seized by floating text. Huh? What's this? Why are there floating texts? Sitting up, he clutched his head.
Did my eyes go crazy?
But the text remained. He sighed. Great, I guess I'm seeing things now. Crouching, his mind raced. The only thing that can cause this to happen are relics. His suspicion focused on the entity that sent him back. Is the crow responsible for this shit? A ghostly shouting duplicate of himself appeared. It screamed, Me right now? What the hell did you do to me? Seo Joan recoiled, shouting back. A ring of purple light flashed around his feet, etching a pattern. He looked down, confused.
What's this?
The light became a transparent purple window. Its title read, Tom Raider's Basic Skills, 1/4. Listed was, Spy, rank F. Allows for you to observe 1 meter of your given surrounding. He stared.
Is this a game skill window?
Rage surged. He wasn't a game character. He shouted,
You fucking crow bastard! Are you thinking my life is just a game?
He lashed out with a furious punch, but it met only empty space. Another window appeared. New quest. It stated, revitalize the 4 basic skills of the Tom Raider, and in order for you to become a full-fledged Tom Raider, you need to awaken the 4 skills hidden within you. He stared, resigned.
Wow. A skill window, and now a quest window.
A jailer called out.
What's going on? Please be quiet.
Seo Yuan slumped back.
Okay.
Alone, he studied the interface. The counter showed 1/4. He thought, did all the skills I had before get turned into this mode? If my skills are at 1/4, then I'm guessing I can get more skills, right? The system offered a quantifiable path to power. He smirked. A relic that grants knowledge? He had one in his future, but perhaps he didn't need it. Really isn't any point for me to go after my Arcalist's relic. This is pretty damn useful. But his smirk faded. What is that crow relic planning? Relics never helped out of kindness. A voice called from the next cell.
Sojo-hoon!
He turned sharply. Through the bars, a man smiled, raising a hand in a familiar gesture. The scene shifted. He was outside the station with Detective Kim Gi-woo. The detective said, I'm telling you, that kid is a habitual offender. You shouldn't have been the one who went to jail. His tone softened. Anyhow, I'll take care of this incident for you, so don't worry about it too much. Looking at the detective, warmth washed over him. This was Kim Ji-woo, the older brother who took in an orphan. All right. Thanks, Ji-woo Young, he said, the gratitude sincere. The detective laughed. Oh, what's this? You're actually thanking me this time? I guess the jail was a scary experience for you then, huh? He noted how young Seo Juhan looked. Is this going to be the norm now? Seo Juhan didn't answer. He faced the detective seriously.
Young, I have something I want to ask you about.
Detective Kim stopped, surprised.
Huh?
Standing before a group of men, Seo Joan delivered an ultimatum. Go tell your boss, he declared, his voice cold and final, that I'm done working for him. 4 men who had encircled him reacted with disbelief. One stammered, calling him stupid. But our hero, with his back still turned, wasn't finished. He demanded his delayed wages and severance pay, a final debt to be settled. A smirk played on his lips. His hands clenched tight. Hand them over right now, he ordered, and at the very moment of that command, the faint, familiar glow of a relic interface began to materialize at the edge of his vision. The older man in the group just laughed condescendingly, a mocking sound that hung in the air. That laughter was the trigger. The younger man with spiky hair, the one they called Hyungnim, erupted in fury, demanding to know what was so funny. The response was a fist, a sudden blur of motion that crashed into the laughing man's face before he could react. Then came the follow-through. The younger man grabbed him and more blood flew from a vicious strike. And finally, a blade was drawn across his neck and shoulder. The fight had turned brutal in an instant. The older man screamed for his Hyungnim, while onlookers, the same men Seo Jo-hyun had just threatened, looked on in utter shock. What is up with that bastard? One stammered. Why is he so fast? Another voice, laced with confusion, echoed the sentiment. Wasn't he bad at fighting? It was a question with no easy answer for them, but a familiar one for the true witness. With their leader down, the rest of the group finally moved, spurred on by panic. Be quiet! Just attack him at once! They shouted, converging on Seo Juhan from behind. A punch was thrown, a desperate, telegraphed attack. And then it was over. Both assailants were on the ground, groaning, while Seo Juan stood untouched between them. He could hear the onlookers muttering in confusion, but internally, he was calm. This was the result of 15 years of fighting. These thugs were already finished. I feel bad for you all, he mused almost sympathetically. The world was only going to get tougher, but he was glad. His body, though still weak, was at least moving like it used to. A sharp voice cut through his thoughts. It was the older, bleeding attacker, back on his feet and clutching a long knife. "We took you in and raised you as our own, and this is how you repay us!" he roared, his face a mask of fury.
Do I need to kill you to regain your senses?
Seo-Juhan knew his current body couldn't withstand many attacks. He needed to end this. But another man, the blonde one, cried out in alarm, not for his comrade's safety, but for the weapon. "Be careful with that knife. It's for a trade. What if it gets damaged?" That was the detail that caught his full attention. Seo-Johan's eyes focused on the knife, its ornate hilt, the faint, unnatural aura around it. That knife, he thought, a spark of recognition igniting. Isn't it a relic? The question of why this man had it was secondary. In this era before the Great Tombs, relics were not found in dungeons. Most attracted people by creating those massive tombs. But a select few, they preferred to hide in plain sight, woven into the fabric of human society. Anyhow, the man with the relic knife lunged forward with a desperate scream. "Fucking die!" In that same instant, Seo-Juhan made a quiet, decisive declaration.
"That's soon going to be mine now."
The blade came in fast, but not fast enough. Seo-Johan's hand shot out, his movements economical and precise. He caught the man's wrist, twisted, and the knife's forward momentum vanished in a sharp, painful lock. "You got balls for pulling a knife on me," he remarked, his grip unyielding. The attacker, now wide-eyed with fear, could only stammer. From the sidelines, another man cried out in panic, "Hey, Nim, you bastard!" With a final, decisive motion, Seo-Juhan wrenched the blade free. "I'll take good care of this for you," he stated, holding the knife up. The owner could only cry out in loss. He examined the weapon, adjusting his grip. The knife felt right in his hands. "Now, watch and learn," he announced to the stunned and injured men around him. His posture shifted, becoming not just threatening, but instructive.
"This is how you're really supposed to use this thing."
As he focused, the relic's power activated. His eyes glowed with a faint blue light, and the world before him changed. Translucent, glowing skeletons of the men around him appeared, revealing every joint, every vulnerable point. "Interesting," he murmured, a genuine note of curiosity in his voice.
"So, this relic lets you see the inner workings of a human being." "Okay, an X-ray vision knife for beating people up? That's just showing off."
From his new perspective, the remaining attackers were no longer men, but fragile structures of bone. Two of them, fueled by the last of their courage, lunged at him from both sides. He moved. It was less a dodge and more a precise pivot, his body sliding between their trajectories. The knife in his hand flashed. There were wet, percussive sounds, not deep, killing wounds but precise, debilitating cuts to the limbs, the shoulders. They cried out and fell, their attacks ending before they began. Standing over them, he looked at the thin, metallic object now in his other hand. A lockpick? Or perhaps a thin blade. One of the men on the ground was staring in horror, not at his wound, but at the space where his companion had been. "This bastard really did disappear," he gasped. Seo-Juhan considered the relic in his palm. "It also seems to have the power of possession as well," he noted. "Quite convenient." He walked forward, the picture of calm in the middle of their groans. "Stop whining," he said. "I didn't cut you guys too deep. But if you still refuse to fork over the money, then things are only going to get much worse from here." He stopped directly before them, his eyes holding a cold, predatory light. "Hand it over," he commanded, the final word a low, undeniable threat. "If you don't want to fucking die." The fight bled out of them completely. One man, leaning on another, could only utter a single defeated word. "All right." The scene shifted to the quiet of the city night, its lights glittering under a dark sky. At the Sion Gallery, the curly-haired woman, Seo-Juhan's aunt, was on the phone, her voice rising in fury. "What did you just say?" she shouted. "You got your ass beat by Seo-Juhan and gave him money?" On the other end, the brown-haired man from the police station, his nose still bleeding, was trying to explain himself to someone he called Nuna. "You're not making any sense, you dumbass!" he yelled back, his anger born from pain and humiliation. His panic was palpable. I don't know what the hell is going on either. That bastard didn't even know the basics of fighting yesterday. But now he's completely different. Even his eyes give off a dangerous vibe. Unseen by him, the subject of his terror. Seo Joseon stood in the background, a faint knowing smirk on his face. Back at the gallery, the woman covered her face, despair washing over her. So, how much did you end up losing? She asked, dreading the answer. The reply was a quiet admission of total ruin. I lost all the money in my bank. And then he delivered the worst news, and the sample products that was going to be used for trade. The woman exploded. You lost the Buddha statue? The scene cut to Seo Juen, listening in on the group he had just defeated. They had offered him the meager cash, and he had mocked them for their poverty. Wow, you guys are fucking poor. You don't have anything else? In the aftermath of the fight, 4 men knelt before him, utterly defeated. He held their money, but his eyes were searching. Are you sure about that? He pressed. They stammered, confirming that was all they had. One of them tried to appeal to him as Hyungnim. Zhou Johan's response was a cold promise.
If I search you and find something else, then you guys are fucking dead.
The panic that followed was answer enough. A quick, efficient search yielded the prize. He pulled out a small, exquisitely crafted golden Buddha statue seated on a lotus base. It held a faint, alluring glow. Oh, he said, his interest genuine.
This looks pretty damn valuable.
One of the men, his voice cracking, begged. Please, not that. A predator knows the sound of true desperation. If the word please came out of your mouth, so Jo Cho-hin concluded, then it must mean it's pretty valuable, right?
He just beat them up, took their cash, and found the hidden treasure. Talk about a hostile takeover.
There was no further discussion. I'm taking it, he declared, turning away. The men behind him could only watch in helpless terror, their screams echoing in the alley. He walked away, the sounds of their desperate pleas. Hey, wait, Sao Juhan, come back! Fading into the night behind him, he did not look back. He returned to the Siang Gallery, but this time not as a subordinate. Standing before Park Kyung-tae, he presented the Buddha statue for appraisal, only to hear the man dismiss it as worthless junk with a wave of his hand. Internally, he scoffed, that reaction was all wrong. Park Kyung-tae had been too desperate over a simple statue. The pieces weren't adding up. He left the gallery, the golden Buddha statue now his sole companion as he walked through the quiet alleyways of Insadong. He studied it in his hands. His own senses, honed over a lifetime, had screamed its value. But without his Arcast's relic from his future life to confirm it, a sliver of doubt crept in. Had his judgment been compromised? Then, as his grip tightened, a faint wisp of purple energy flickered around the statue's surface. Instantly, the familiar purple interface of his regressed life flared to life before him. A system notification, crisp and absolute, overlaid his vision. The message pulsed, undeniable. It wasn't just a relic. It was a container. Annoyed by the intrusive window, he swiped at the air. Editu Ader Song, Kumbel Draveler Mad Pue, we're Prusilati.
There's something inside the statue? All right, I got it. Just get rid of these windows.
He gave the statue a firm shake, so that was it. The distress, the obsession, it was never about the statue's artistic value. I knew it. There's no way that Park Kyung-tae would have been distraught over some 50,001 statue. A thin, confident smile touched his lips. Time for an inspection. With the statue in one hand and the ornate relic knife in the other, he moved toward a private space.
Well, let's see what's in here then.
What followed was not a delicate unveiling, but an act of decisive violence. He shattered the hollow Buddha with a single powerful motion, sending golden fragments and a small capped bottle clattering across the floor. He picked up the bottle, holding it up for the hooded observer who had witnessed the act.
It's a liquefied drug. You put a few drops of this on your cigarette and smoke it.
His mind raced ahead. This is usually pretty damn expensive. Those bastards. Are they also a part of the drug trade? The gallery wasn't just a front for relic smuggling. It was a narcotics pipeline. The scale of it dawned on him as he observed the gallery's owners through a window. They owned hundreds of artworks. What if every single one was a Trojan horse? He didn't hesitate. Pulling out his phone, he dialed a number from his past and future. "Hi, Jian-Woo Hyung. It's me," he said, a smirk in his voice. He knew the numbers. The reward for reporting drug trafficking, it's around 100 Siren-1 right. It was more than a bounty. It was his seed capital. Meanwhile, panic was spreading through the syndicate. A man outside Siyang Gallery sweated profusely into his phone, desperately assuring a higher-up that the delay wasn't due to the goods. Another member, in a red jacket, advised caution, suggesting they lay low because they might be under surveillance. His advice was cut short by a sudden, sharp impact to the side of his head. Inside the gallery office, his aunt was on the phone, her posture rigid as she offered meek apologies to the person on the other end. That submissive facade shattered in an instant. She screamed into the receiver, her face contorted with rage. "You stingy old bastard! Why would I try to pocket all the money for myself? I hope you go rot in hell." Elsewhere, our hero stared at his phone, a cold anger settling in his gaze. The trap was about to spring. Back at the gallery, the confrontation had turned physical. A restrained man trembled as a furious voice demanded, "And where the fuck have you been? Did you recover the Buddha?" The sentence died in a gasp of shock. A bleeding, battered member of the syndicate looked up in despair as the authorities moved in. "Nuna, we've been discovered. We're fucked now." His aunt, the Nuna, burst into the room. What's going on here?" Before she could process the scene, a plainclothes officer held up his badge. "We've received a report that you guys are not only smuggling drugs, but distributing them as well." The denials were immediate and frantic. Drugs? We only deal with artwork, more law-abiding citizens." Then he stepped into the light, holding up the evidence bag with the blue vial. His voice was calm, almost amused.
Why do you criminals always say the same shit when you've been caught red-handed? It's pretty amusing. We've also collected some evidence, and we also know that this isn't all that you guys have.
He locked eyes with his aunt.
You have more in your warehouses, correct?
Her face went pale. One of the syndicate members, a long-haired man in red, tried to reassure himself. They knew about the Gyeonggi-do warehouses, but it was fine. Every storage room had a unique passcode. That fragile hope was annihilated by a crackling radio transmission. The 600 artworks found within the Waesongzi Art Gallery have all been checked. We found drugs within all of them. His aunt, now in handcuffs, reeled. Wait a second! You guys opened my storage rooms? That's impossible! All of them have different passcodes. Behind her, Hyungnim, the spiky-haired man from the previous confrontation, smiled. He was no longer an enemy, but an accomplice in this new justice.
"You're right, but we have our ways."
For there had been an insider all along. As he walked down a warehouse corridor with the police, an officer remarked, "It's a good thing we had someone cooperating with us from the inside."
Student, Juan, it seems there's a storage room here that hasn't been opened yet.
The officer pointed. Seo Joyan glanced over, his expression unreadable.
Is that so?
He approached a door marked 10 and pressed the keypad. The uniformed men watching him were baffled. "I'm seriously amazed. How are you able to open all of them?" He offered a simple, infuriatingly modest answer.
I just have a good memory.
And as he handed over another box of evidence, he explained the truth of it. His exceptional memory was the very talent that had drawn Park Kyung-ju's interest in his first life. He had worked in this very warehouse, struggling with the arbitrary passcodes until, out of sheer annoyance, he memorized every single one. At the time, he hadn't found it suspicious.
Talk about a long-term investment. He memorized those codes out of petty annoyance 15 years ago, and it just bankrolled his entire operation.
I never realized that it would come in handy. The understatement of the century, delivered with a faint smile. The operation continued around him, a symphony of downfall he had composed. To an amazed onlooker, he laid out his victory.
Everything is going as planned. I'm also going to get my reward money, which means
I'll finally have some funding. I'll be able to start collecting the relics soon.
In the holding area, Hyung-Nim struggled against his restraints, screaming in confusion until a phone was passed to our hero. The caller asked for him by name. He took the call, and a playful, familiar voice greeted him.
Hey there, my little helper.
His eyebrows rose in momentary surprise before a knowing smirk returned. The phone was then carried to his furious aunt, who was being physically held back. "Oi, boss woman, stop for a second," an officer said, halting her tirade. The officer held the phone up to her.
My little helper says he wants to talk to you.
And through the speaker, Seo Joo-han's voice delivered the final blow.
Hey, Auntie, this is why you should have treated me better.
She snatched the phone, hearing his calm accusation.
If I worked, then you should have paid me in full, right?
Recognition turned to volcanic rage.
SEO Ju Hae-young, was this all because of you?
His reply was a chillingly casual farewell.
Anyhow, enjoy your time in jail.
Her disbelief was palpable. Huh?
What did you just say?
As she was dragged away in cuffs, her screams echoed down the hall, full of impotent fury. "Hey! SEO Ju Hae-young! I'll fucking kill you! You hear me? You bastard! Is this how you repay me?" Later that night, he walked alone through a quiet alley, the city lights a distant blur. Damn, that was refreshing. His phone chimed. A text from Detective Kim Jeon-woo confirmed it all. Praise and the promised 100 million won reward. He typed a simple reply.
All right, Jeon-woo Hyung.
He smiled to himself. The detective was always a little too worried. But that era was over. He had his starting funds. Now he could begin the real work. His goal crystallized, sharp and clear. This was no longer about severance pay or petty revenge. It was the opening move in a war for the future. I'm going to find the relics before that bastard, Kwon Tae-Joon. In the shadows of the alley, his gaze hardened, fixed on a horizon only he could see. The vow was silent, but absolute. Just you wait. Chaos erupted on a crowded street. People screamed and yelled as a soldier demanded an explanation from a young man. The young man in a black and blue jacket stepped forward. Fists clenched. He spat.
Do I look like I can calm down in this situation?
Watching from a distance, Seo Joo-han observed. This panic was natural when relics and tombs emerged. He remembered his roommate's frantic call about his vanished apartment. By the time he'd returned, everything was normal. If that was the case, then someone had defeated that tomb. That person was likely still nearby. A new voice cut through the chaos.
I can't lose to this person. That relic is mine.
Then a terrified plea. Whew! Whew!
Please, don't shoot me.
Juan's head snapped toward the sound. A man in full camo, holding a scoped rifle, stood there. A civilian stammered, "Huh."
This voice.
And then...
There he is, my roommate, Kim Dong-hyun.
Kim Dong-hyun screamed, his face furious.
Be quiet. Do I look like a joke to you? Stop asking so many questions and remain where you are.
A figure moved fast. A high kick sent Kim Dong-hyun sprawling. His weapon clattered away as onlookers shouted,
Ju-hyun.
Seo Joo-han looked down at his old acquaintance.
It's been a while, Kim Dong-hyun.
The dazed man gasped.
What do you mean? It's been a while.
Joo-han mocked. Low!
You haven't changed one bit, you big softy.
As Kim coughed, Seo Joo-han stood over him, his tone calm. He asked,
Have you come to your senses now?
The dazed soldier stammered an apology.
I'm sorry. I lost my temper.
Joo-han ignored it.
Whatever. Just explain what's going on right now. Why is the military here?
He cut him off.
Aren't these issues usually handled by the police?
As others asked about entering the tomb, a soldier said,
That's classified information.
Joo-han's mind raced. Something was off. Why so many soldiers? He needed the reason. The government could be his rival. Did his country know about relics this early? Juhan stepped forward, his tone hard.
Stop fucking around. I'm a resident here, so I have the right to know. I need to know why the entire military is here armed with weapons.
The soldier tried to regain control.
I think you're not understanding the situation you're in right now, but you're making a big mistake.
Juhan countered.
You know that I can report you to the authorities for pulling a gun on a civilian, right?
He pressed further.
So stop making the situation worse than it needs to be. I just want to know the reasons.
The soldier began to crack. The information spilled out. A black-haired man said,
Well, we're trying to explode that thing over there and excavate the contents held within it. And you won't have to worry much about the dangers. We secured off the area quite well.
Juhan was skeptical. He thought, they're going to explode it. It's impossible to open a tomb that way. The military man added, we even brought foreign experts, so I assure you, everything will be fine. Juhan's eyebrow arched.
Foreign experts?
Understanding dawned on his face. I see. Well, thanks for telling me. Now I feel safer, he said, sarcasm thick. He laughed, placing a hand on the soldier's helmet.
Now everything is making sense.
With a casual wave, he left.
All right then, keep up the good work and take care.
The flustered soldier managed a weak,
Yep, thank you.
As he returned to a man in a brown shirt, Juhan ordered,
Don't do anything, and just stay here.
The man stammered, huh? Ignoring the confusion, he walked away. People called after him.
Juhan, hey!
He didn't look back. An observer muttered, he's acting a little strange today. The scene shifted to 4 silhouetted figures standing in a dark alley. Elsewhere, near a supermarket, 2 soldiers conversed. One asked,
Are you positive that the Korean government doesn't know anything about tombs yet?
The answer came from afar. The panel focused on a woman with amber eyes on the phone. Linda Walker, American CIA agent.
Yes, I am positive. Why do you keep asking?
Linda said into her phone. The voice pressed. Well, because the amount of soldiers here doesn't make any sense. She offered,
It's probably because they're trying their absolute best to help assist us in our matter.
She cautioned.
In any case, refrain from asking that question in public. There are people who understand English.
A man in a suit approached.
Oh, you're here, Linda.
She updated her caller.
The explosives will go off soon. Everything is progressing smoothly so far.
Her superior's orders were clear.
All right. Make sure to stay focused till the end. Thoroughly investigate the tombs. And if possible, retrieve the relic as well.
Understood, Linda replied, ending the call. A curly-haired man with a faint scar approached. Good evening, he said. Linda was surprised. He laughed.
Why are you so surprised?
On-screen text, Abi Kiyoshi, member of the Japanese excavation team. He pressed.
It's more natural for me to be here more so than yourself, don't you think? We're a neighboring country, so it makes sense. But you're from America. Quite a long distance, right?
Linda's anger surfaced. You guys are quite devoted to carrying out your thieving tasks. She spat. Abe Kiyoshi justified.
We're simply recovering the relics to be taken into the International Police Association. Our mission is focused on maintaining peace and conducting safe experiments regarding these relics.
He smirked.
Oh, that's rich. If we're going by that statement, then we can also ask for the relic ourselves if we promise to experiment safely, right? We all know you guys won't allow that.
Linda asked.
And why do you think we should trust your words?
Abe Kiyoshi shrugged.
Well, it doesn't even matter. We're both doing the same thing right now, so let's stop this pointless discussion. But I can guarantee the relic will be ours.
Linda challenged.
You seem quite confident. Let's see about that.
Unseen by them, a third party watched from the shadows. He thought, what's this? 2 other observers commented. One noted they're standing out quite a bit. The other identified them.
Aren't they the American CIA and the Japanese excavation team?
Tombs had started to appear worldwide. But relics and tombs were initially seen as omens. Only a few countries grasped their true meaning. America and Japan were first. They began classified research on relics. And they were smuggling the ones found in other countries. An angry voice muttered, "Flighted, these bastards." From his hidden spot, Seo-Juhan watched, his expression steely. He uttered a low challenge.
I dare you, try and take it this time. That relic is mine.
Linder voiced her impatience.
But why are they just idling around over there? There's not much time to waste.
She thought,
Wait, they did say they were going to explode the tomb. Are they waiting for that to happen first?
Unbeknownst to her, they were being watched. A man in a two-tone jacket smirked. "These guys are just amateurs," he said to himself. While they debated, one man was already moving. "I'll be taking the lead then," he declared, stepping forward. On the ground, a message was scrawled in red. "Catch the Buddha." Nearby, dark spots hinted at violence. A man with messy black hair and glasses stopped before bloodstains. "Here it is," he announced. You found a wall covered in glowing red script called Tamgluk Fu. Approaching it was Seo-Juhan. He knelt before the glyphs. "Well, I guess you can consider this a trap, since most people can't decipher it correctly," he said.
But I'm able to decipher it correctly.
A glint sparked in his eyes.
All right. I figured out where the entrance is.
A translucent purple interface materialized before him. System windows appeared. One declared, "Exceptional Decipherer. You have unlocked a title, and therefore discovered a new skill." Another announced, "You have awakened the Tom Raider's basic skill, Linguistic, rank or." Juhan blinked.
Huh? Now what? Okay, getting a universal translator skill from reading a magic wall? That's a cheat code if I've ever seen one.
He scanned the skill description. It granted understanding of any language and communication with relics. "Well, this is pretty good," he admitted, but he swiped at the air.
But please get these windows out of my face. I can't see shit.
Elsewhere, a young man said,
I just need to unlock 2 more abilities now.
An older man responded with a confused. The focus returned to the city at twilight. The objective, a tall stone pillar covered in glowing tomb glyphs. There stood Seo-Juhan before it, hands in pockets, expression certain. "It's right here," he said. He drew a golden-hilted dagger, the blade that granted him relic vision. A wide grin spread across his face.
All right, time to get started.
He moved. In a blur, he lunged forward, dagger ready. Before the military's explosives could detonate, before the CIA or Japanese team could act, Juhan's dagger connected. A violent red-orange energy column erupted upward with a roar, tearing through the night.
He didn't wait for their explosion. He made his own.
The massive Korean glyph sealing the tomb exploded outward. Inside the tomb, Seo-Juhan felt a sharp pressure, and a violet warning flashed across his system. He dodged just as a beam of white-orange energy shattered the ground where he'd stood. Outside, a colossal vertical column of pink-white light erupted from the city, roaring into the sky. The expanding beam's roar was drowned out by the screams of witnesses below. Miles away, 2 figures watched a similar red beam pierce the night from a mountain. At the excavation, Linda Walker pointed at the light. "It seems the entrance to the tomb has opened." Her rival, Abe Kiyoshi, questioned if that was their path. Kim Dong-hyun didn't wait. He sprinted toward the light, ignoring shouts as he vanished into a dark tunnel. Elsewhere, 2 operatives raced toward a glowing fissure under a bridge. One spotted something inside. His companion knelt. "Damn, it's too bright. I can't see the bottom." In a clinical room, a suited figure directed energy toward a floating crystalline object. Elsewhere, 3 individuals landed on cracking stone, red streaks seeping from fissures at their feet. Linda and Seo peered down a deep shaft. "It seems there's water at the bottom," she said. He listened.
It sounds pretty deep.
Then he lunged forward into the shaft, ignoring Linda's shout as he disappeared into the darkness. He landed with a splash in a cavern and surveyed his surroundings. His eyes found glowing red glyphs on the wall. He smirked, Dumbasses! They're actually chasing after me. Let's give them a bit of a hard time. He traced the glyphs. All right, let's activate this trap. In another tunnel, a woman in a black suit stood over a sweaty, grounded man holding a rope. You didn't even bother planning ahead. Real smart of you, he grunted dismissively. She turned toward him, visibly irritated, while he remained prone and exhausted. Nearby, two operatives froze. What was that sound just now? One asked. Her companion whispered, It sounds like it's getting closer. A massive vortex of water erupted into the chamber, roaring toward them. The deluge hit them. What the fuck? One screamed.
Where the hell did all of this water come from?
His companion yelled, gripping a red-handled object. The wave submerged the man and forced the woman into a desperate retreat. The man thrashed in the water, coughing, as hands reached down from above. In a quiet cavern, a man in a high-collared jacket stood still, staring intently at a section of wall. His eyes narrowed. Found it! He walked toward a pool of glowing blue water. It was Soju Tae-Joon. He looked at his golden-hilted dagger.
I only have this with me right now. Guess I'll just have to use this.
He stepped into the luminescent water. Before him, a vast vortex of light blue energy churned, humming. A titanic white serpent emerged from the vortex. Blue fluid dripped from its scales as it loomed. Its voice rumbled.
Just which poor soul drop?
Its maw opened wider. Their item?
Now, answer.
Talk about a multiple choice test where the wrong answer gets you digested.
Seo didn't flinch. A smirk touched his lips. What an easy question. He stood calmly. The relic in this tomb is called the Gold and Silver Axes. It's based on a famous folktale from Aesop's fables, Mercury and the Woodcutter. This story is known worldwide, so foreigners can easily clear this trial. The daggers remained in the serpent's maw. His smirk turned cunning, but too late. This relic is mine. He paused. Both aren't mine. The serpent made a confused sound. The serpent removed the silver dagger, leaving only the gold one.
Then, is this yours?
Seo confirmed. That's right, that one is mine. He revealed the trap.
If I were to answer like that, I'll not only be able to receive my original weapon, but the gold and silver axes as well.
He let the implication hang, but he addressed the serpent cautiously. Hey, can I check and see if it's truly my weapon first? A voice from the shadows granted permission.
You may.
Seo stepped forward, reaching toward the golden object in the creature's maw. His fingers closed around the hilt of a magnificent blue gem sword, and he began to pull. The serpent struck. Its fang pierced his arm as he brought his blade up in a defensive clash. Ignoring the wound, he pushed deeper, performing a different, invasive action. What are you doing? A voice cried.
Why are you doing this when you're so close to completing your trial?
The giant serpent loomed over him. Even if I were to pass the trial, there's no guarantee that you will reward me something normal. Seo replied with weary knowledge.
You relics are always the same.
He pressed. Who's to say the reward you give me won't turn me into a psychopathic murderer? The serpent recoiled, shocked. How?
How does a mere human know about that?
He knew the truth. The original owner of the gold and silver axes had become a mass murderer. Lives lost to the relic were countless. Seo faced the serpent. You were planning to reward me with a fake relic imbued with a curse. He stepped forward.
It's ironic that the purpose of this trial was about honesty in the first place.
It was a declaration of war. The serpent lunged, jaws closing around him. From within, Seo drove his blade upward with a cry of pain and defiance. Suffer for your deeds, relic! He growled through gritted teeth. The serpent focused a glowing eye on him.
Do you truly believe that, by doing this, you can earn the right to use me?
The conventional rules were clear. Navigate the tomb, pass the trial, claim the floating relic as your reward. Completing trials granted the relic's power. It was a transaction, depicted as a figure holding a sword aloft. Afterwards, relic and user were bound. This was seen as the normal, proper relationship. However, the truth was darker. Relics hated humans, designed to harm them. Prolonged exposure caused a sickness. That's why users of healing relics were so powerful, and why Seo had been exploited by CEO Kwon in his past life. As he fought, that old pain flared.
I will never form a mutual relationship with a relic.
He swore, racked with relic sickness. The smiling face of Kwon Tae-Joon flashed in his memory. This was a war for survival, and he intended to win it on his own terms. Terms. Deep in the tomb, a hand pressed the golden dagger deeper into the guardian's serpent. The voice from the darkness made its terms clear.
I'll keep asserting my dominance over you.
In the wider world, a rule was becoming known. You need some talent to use relics. That talent was classified into 3 groups. The first was sociability. The second was dominance, the power to demand obedience from a relic. The third was compatibility, a strong natural affinity between user and relic. For most people, sociability was the easiest path, granting a relic's full benefits. But taking that easy path came with a brutal cost. Back in the tomb, the system warned that friendly relics released poisonous auras. CO Johan's hands clenched.
That's why this time I'm never going to use sociability. Sociability will be for dogs. Got it? So, just submit to me, relic.
Dominance path? Sociability for dogs? He is not playing nice with the ancient artifacts.
His threat grew harsher.
If you're not willing to submit to me, then I'll just fucking break you into pieces. You think I won't do that?
The Serpent Guardian reacted with shock. What? But I thought you humans desired us! He answered with a guttural cry, exerting immense force. Elsewhere, the massive water vortex he'd triggered still churned. Something gave way, not a breaking, but a claiming. He now held a magnificent golden axe, radiant with energy. The word success appeared. System notifications bloomed. You have awakened the Tomb Raider's basic skill. Tomb Excavation. Rank F. His status updated. Basic skills. Spy, Linguistic, Tomb Excavation. All rank F1 slot remained, marked by a question mark. He observed the interface. Oh, I got another skill. Now I just need to unlock one more. I wonder what I need to do to unlock it. A subtle activation sound whispered nearby. A new system window materialized. It unlocked a title, The Relic Abuser. His dominance surged to a plus. Oppressive. His sociability plummeted to D. Coercive. He reacted with a confused huh? He argued with the unseen system. Hey, Crow, just how is this considered being abusive to the relic? He shrugged. Fine. I don't have any use for it. His attention snapped to a detail in the chamber.
I found it! It's the pond!
Two figures emerged from a dark tunnel. The leading man held a red relic.
It's exactly how the prophecy foretold.
Seijo Shion watched. The man smirked.
All right, come out, relic.
His female companion asked,
What are you planning to do?
The man dropped the red relic into the pond's water. Unseen observers reacted with shock. Huh? What are you doing? From his hiding spot, Seo Juhan smirked.
Dumbasses! You bastards are too late!
Two other observers, a man and a woman, were hidden, watching Seo Juhan. The golden dagger glowed in his hand. Should I get rid of them now? A glint of light reflected in his narrowed eyes. He looked at his sword. A system interface identified it. A rank C consumable relic. A rank C consumable relic. Usage, 54 out of 100. His expression turned serious. The usage? It's already been half used? He leaned against the wall and laughed. Is this your way of telling me to think wisely, Crow? By the pond, the man grew frustrated. Huh? Why is there no response? The prophecy definitely stated that I just needed to drop a relic into this pond. His companion realized something.
A prophecy? So there is a user that wields a prophetic relic in Japan.
The man stammered.
Anyhow, that's not what's important here.
One must have already taken the relic. Isn't this a big issue? His companion agreed.
Yes, that's true.
There are marks on the ground, as well as someone else's footprints. Someone has definitely been here. A sharp impact echoed from deeper in the tomb. Both tensed.
What was that? Just now? That sound came from over there!
Far away, Seo Juhan stood holding the golden axe. These guys are too easy. I wonder if they can even escape a tomb that's crumbling down upon them. He raised the core, radiating light.
Close the tomb, Relic.
The tomb obeyed. Dust and debris burst into the air.
Huh? What the hell?
Panic set in.
Quick! Head towards the exit! Wait, where is the exit? Just head back towards where we came from!
Above ground, a manhole cover shifted. A hand pushed it open. Suo Johan emerged, brushing dust from his clothes. So the tomb's exit was connected to this manhole. Outside, the massive tomb was gone. Bewildered residents stared at the normal building. In the crowd, a dazed young man stood with his eyes closed. Kim Dong-hyun. Sao Johan walked toward the building. Johan, it's gone! The large mound is gone! He gestured.
To here. Let's head in. I'm starving.
A friend asked, Are you sure it's okay? We're not going to get buried alive, right? Another dismissed the fear. It's fine, dude. Elsewhere, a man was on a frantic phone call. What did you just say? There was another prophecy? It was prophesied that someone in Korea would take the relic before us? He slammed the phone down. You should have told me earlier. What were you thinking? Leaving out that crucial information. One man tried to explain.
We didn't find out about this till much later. You also know what the relic user of Future Guide is like.
A hand, slick with sweat, gripped something. Wait, were they unable to read the kanji again? Frustration erupted.
I thought you guys said you had scholars working with this person. How are they unable to read it? This is frustrating.
A man in a suit dismissed it.
Well, you know how kids are these days.
An off-panel speaker gave instructions. We'll try our best to make sure tonight's incident doesn't happen again, so stay focused. Also, be careful. The person who took the relic doesn't seem to be ordinary. It was Seo Johan who now held a tablet, looking puzzled.
Huh?
The voice added, The prophecy regarding them is quite disturbing. Later, in his apartment, food and a drink sat on the counter. Seo Johan sat at his desk, deep in research. His linguistic skill let him scour the internet in multiple languages. This skill is pretty damn useful. But there doesn't seem to be anything useful. This is a time before relics were known worldwide. He typed furiously. I need to know what CEO Kwon is planning, but I can't find any good information regarding TKBM. A friend stood behind him.
Dude, are you actually able to understand all of that?
Seo Johan didn't look up.
Of course, why? Do you want me to read it to you?
His friend declined. Nah, I'm good. The friend, Dong-hyun, leaned in.
Dong-hyun, have you heard anything regarding TKBM on the news lately?
Seo Johan replied,
Not that I can think of. Why?
The black-haired friend pressed on.
I just want some details regarding the CEO of that corporation.
Dong-hyun recoiled. Huh? Why do you need to know that? Seo Johan turned back to his screen.
I quit.
Dong-hyun stammered. Huh? Dong-hyun leaned in, concerned. Hey, are you okay? You seem like a different person. Why did you quit your job? Hey, are you listening to me? But Seo Johan was not. His true purpose was cold and calculated. Okay, I'll just use these guys to extract some information regarding CEO Kwon.
And the chessboard is set. Every move, every person, just another piece for his revenge.
3 men stood in a disordered office. The man in the yellow shirt said they were practically unemployed, and the blonde man acknowledged it with resignation. The blonde man's resignation turned to anger. He blamed Seo Jo-hyun. This is all because of that bastard, Seo Jo-hyun, he swore, hardening with resolve. The 2 men near the window shouted for vengeance. The blonde man just watched, silent and smoking. Then the blonde man stood. I'm Seung-Woo, he declared. I can't live indebted to our boss. His comrades cheered. Elsewhere, Seo Jo-han was with Kim Dong-hyun. Jo-han gestured to the phone in Kim's hand. I think someone is calling you. Kim looked at the screen. The caller ID read Bastard Seo Ju-hyun. He cursed in disbelief. The phone rang in Ju-han's hand. Kim urged him to answer. Ju-han stared at it. Why is this bastard calling me right now? He finally answered. The voice on the other end was impatient. What took you so long to answer? Then the voice erupted. You ungrateful son of a bitch! Oh, Seung-Woo shouted. How dare you send our elder Hyung-nim and Nuna to jail and... Tae-Joon Ju-han listened calmly, then cut in.
You guys are still in business, right?
Oh, Seung-Woo was furious. Because of you, our elder Hyung-nim and Nuna got arrested, and all of our artworks got confiscated. All that's left is to shut down. Seo Ju-han smiled. So, if you still haven't closed down, then you guys are still open. Perfect.
Then I want you guys to go attend the Midas.
The name Midas caused a shock. Text identified it as the world's largest secret auction house in Las Vegas, known for the greatest treasures. Ju-han's internal monologue confirmed its importance. He knew Kwon Tae-Joon had attended and acquired powerful relics there. It was the best place to get relics and gather intel on him. He gave precise orders.
Within this month, go and find some items and locate someone for me at the Midas auction house.
The target was JK, aka Jack Kamen, an alias for Kwon Tae-Joon. If you can't find that person, then just let me know. Then came the threat. Oh, Seung-Woo warned, if you give me false information, then I'll fucking kill you all. Fear and anger filled the room. One man protested. How could we get in? They'd relied on their Nuna's connections and skills. Seo Jo-han refused to listen. No matter how much you pay me, I'm never going to listen to you, he declared. Oh, Seung-Woo's patience snapped. Seems like I didn't beat enough sense into you last time. I'll just come beat your ass until you agree to go. Sounds good? Seo Jo-han smiled and ended the call over shouts to wait.
I'll tell you more details next time, so just be on standby.
He stood there for a moment, smiling faintly. All right, he murmured. He walked away. With that, my business regarding Kwon Tae-Joon is settled. Let's go relic hunting again tonight. Later, at Times Square in Yeongdong-po district around 3 a.m., a news report showed a woman in her 40s had attempted suicide by self-immolation there. A tragic event, or perhaps a signal. Seo Ju-han in a shop overheard a clerk recount details. He wondered, I wonder if that incident is an omen for the next appearance of a tomb. He then reconsidered. Well, it could also be unrelated to it. Nearby, one man blocked another's path in a narrow aisle. Hey, almost done now. How much longer are you just gonna stand there? The blocked man shouted. The man blocking the aisle was a foreigner, glaring off panel. This bastard. Why is he here? He muttered, then yelled. What? Can you not understand me? It's the bastard who was at the location of the gold and silver X's relic. Seo Jo-han watched, a slow smile forming. Aha, I get it now, he said. Kim Dong-hyun shouted, Oi! Get out of the way! Seo Ju-han calmly deduced.
If this bastard is here, it means the next tomb appearance is bound to be around here somewhere.
The foreign man, who was Japanese, sneered at Seo Ju-hyun. because at this time, the Japanese had a prophetic relic user with them. Seo Juhan turned sharply. Too loud. Did you think I couldn't understand you? The Japanese man was shocked. Japanese! Seo Johan's linguistic skill had worked. Kim Dong-hyun, misunderstanding, apologized to the foreigner. Please excuse my manner. Seo Johan thought, this linguistic skill is pretty damn useful. Seo Juhan stood, crossed his arms, and smirked.
Sorry, what did you say? I can only speak Korean.
Kim Dong-hyun stared in utter confusion. The Japanese man was furious. Was that Korean just now? So you were a Korean in the first place. Why did you trick me? Tae-Joon tossed a can. Well, you started it first, dumbass. The man roared. You little shit, are you making fun of me? The confrontation moved to the counter. The man puffed out his chest. Do you know who I am? The cowed employee stammered. It'll be 2,901. Seo Juhan's eyes fixed on the man's chest where a golden yellow aura emanated. This bastard has a relic with him. He doesn't even try to mask its aura, as expected of an amateur. Desire ignited in him. He began to move, a golden object in his hand. Kim Dong-hyun shouted, Oi! Stop right there! Come back here! A hand gripped his sleeve. A voice interjected. If someone is talking to you, it's basic courtesy to listen to what they have to say. Seo Ju-on turned and sprayed the can into Kim Dong-hyun's face. Fuck! What the hell was that for? Kim spluttered. Seo Ju-on smiled innocently. Oh no, I'm sorry about that. Are you okay? He offered a whimsical excuse to the furious Japanese man, whose suit was stained. Someone must have shaken the can. The man yelled, You're going to pay for my dry cleaning! In the confusion, Seo Ju-han's hand slipped into the man's inner suit pocket. His internal assessment was swift. It's a bracelet and a small case relic. If I steal it right now, it'll be too obvious. Kim Dong-hyun tried to de-escalate. Hey man, just let it slide. I don't have any money. The man stared in outrage. Huh? Seo Johan, having slipped something else in, said, you dropped something. He held up a dark ID card with a silver emblem. You should take good care of your ID card, he said, handing it back. The man lunged for it. Oi, hand it over, he shouted, snatching the card. As Johan and Kim walked away, the man clutched his ID, sweating. He couldn't have seen my ID, right? If people find out a Japanese excavation team member is here, he tried to soothe himself. Well, he's just a civilian. Outside, a tense silence between them was broken by a low rumble through the ground. They froze. The tremor intensified. Civilians stumbled and cried out. What the hell? Was that an earthquake? A deep sound heralded something more. Seo Ju-han smirked triumphantly. Bingo! He was definitely waiting for this tomb to appear. From a corridor, the Japanese man laughed manically. It's chaotic. Well, this was bound to happen according to our prophecy. A hooded Seo Ju-on walked away. The man received a call. Hello? The appearance of the tomb has begun. He acknowledged it. The caller added, We just received another prophecy. It states that the Korean who took the gold and silver axe relic is near you now. The man's eyes widened in shock. He gasped, everything snapping into place. The caller continued, confused. There's another part. It states that you need to be wary of alcohol. Wary of alcohol? He remembered the spray from the can. He looked at the empty beer can he held. The prophecy was fulfilled. The beer from back then, if that's the case. The chapter closed on his stunned face.
A prophecy warning about beer. You really can't make this stuff up.
Miles away, a man with dark curly hair and a black coat received a startling phone call that altered his mission. His face tightened as he processed the prophecy's grim implications. Back at Times Square, the golden liquid eruption confirmed the worst. The Japanese relic user recoiled. An expletive echoed as the world fractured. Agitated, the man in the black coat swore into his phone. That sly bastard. He left already. I'm going to have to look for him first. He vowed to pursue as chaos accelerated. The tomb fully emerged, its aura predatory. Someone asked, "Why is the aura so bloodthirsty?" Seung-Woo surveyed the jagged interior. It's completely different from the previous tomb.
Looks like it's a nasty relic this time.
Elsewhere, a gunman emerged. "Move! Stay where you are if you don't want to get shot." His target recognized him. "Huh, you again." The gunman pressed. "Open up your backpack. Hurry." "Are you going to keep ignoring me?" Someone shouted, followed by a heavy impact. A purple flash erupted. Kim Dong-hyun flinched. "Uh-huh? What's going on?" Seo-Juhan tensed, ready. A translucent purple warning box materialized, its text urgent. Two silhouettes braced against a downpour, a yellow glow igniting at their feet. A character strained against a crackling yellow energy discharge. A vertical golden beam pierced the cityscape. Within it, a serpentine form coiled. Inside, a man in a purple suit lay impaled by spikes. Another knelt, horrified. "What is this?" A third scrambled away. A dazed man clutched his head. "Ah, shit. I hit my head." Someone urged, "Are you okay? Hey, get a grip." His vision cleared. "A lot of civilians got swept into this mess," he stated, realizing the tragedy. Seo-Juhan recognized the chamber of broken katanas. The relic definitely pulled all of these people in to harm them as well. Fucking bastard. A tomb filled with broken weapons. I've been to this place in my past life.
This is the tomb of the Japanese katana relic, Muramasa.
Past life knowledge paying off. It's like having the ultimate walkthrough.
Muramasa was a famous swordsmith whose katanas were masterpieces, yet had a fraught relationship with Shogun Tokugawa Ieyasu, a shadowy figure with red eyes attacked with a blade. Tokugawa's grandfather, father, and brother were slain by Muramasa blades. He ordered them destroyed, cementing their cursed reputation. The character in the hoodie analyzed. "So that's the type of relic we're dealing with here. This relic definitely harbors a lot of hatred for humans." A dual system warning flashed with alarming clarity. Seo-Juhan gritted his teeth as corrosive energy began eating at his skin. "It's already starting," a man declared, his forearm bleeding from cuts emitting ominous vapor. The gunman commanded. I said, "Don't move. Open your backpack. Empty your pockets as well." A pistol cocked off screen. One character restrained another. Tch, what a persistent bastard. This is practically robbery. The restrained man shot back. "Why should I listen to you?" The armed man pointed his gun at Seo-Juhan's chest. "Do you have a death wish? Stop fucking around if you don't want to get shot." Seo-Juhan faced the muzzle, his left hand raised. "Then go ahead and shoot me," he said, unfazed. The curly-haired gunman's smirk faltered. But I recommend you don't do that. It's not going to work." Enraged, the man shouted, "Fucking bastard! If you think I'm joking around, then you're going to regret it. Do I need to blow up your leg in order for you to understand the situation you're in?" The curly-haired man aimed at his leg. "Fine, I'll do what you asked," the man began, cut short by an explosive fung from his lower body. The man screamed as his hand disintegrated into smoke. The one gripping his arm smiled. "See? What did I tell you?" Sojo Wado explained calmly.
When you're in a tomb, modern weapons don't work because relics do not want to give humans an easy time within their tombs.
A pained groan underscored the lesson.
Rule number 1 of Tomb Club. Leave your Glocks at the door.
The Japanese relic user shouted, "The one who took the gold and silver axes must have really been you." Seo-Juhan met his gaze.
That's right.
He gripped the man's arm. "That relic is mine now, so stop thinking about it." The Japanese user struggled. "What are you doing? Let go of me." "You're getting in my way, so back off," the man snarled back. A curved blade struck one of the men with brutal force. A choked Uarkic escaped him as he reeled. Green, decayed hands erupted from the ground, grasping a trapped man. "Heek, what the hell are these?" A second man observed with detached amusement. "Just stay put, dumbass." The trapped man warned, "Just so you know, that trap is going to be a bit bothersome." Oi. Oi. Wait, you bastard. But the runner was gone. Constricted, he vowed, "I'll fucking kill him," before a choking sound cut him off. Civilians watched. Hoo-ah, that looks gross. What the hell are those things? What is he saying? A central figure said, hello there, everyone. Everything is under control, so you don't need to worry about anything." A voice called out, "Is there anyone amongst you who can speak Japanese? I know a bit." "Oh, then do you think you can help me?" A sharp command rang out. "Hold on a second, everyone." 3 men debated. That person has a gun with him. What if he's a dangerous person? Well, that doesn't mean we should just abandon him. The nervous, curly-haired gunman stepped forward, sweating. Hello? He held up a dark case. "Please, just trust me. I'm from the Japanese excavation team. I have even received training in order to properly deal with this situation." "I promise I will get everyone out of here safely," he assured. A listener gulped nervously. In a narrow, spike-lined corridor, footsteps echoed. Seijo Hyuan held a small object. "All right."
"Let's see the relics that bastard had with him,"
he recounted with disdain. While I was throwing him to the ground, I checked his pockets as well. Fucking dumbass, trying to pick a fight without having proper knowledge of these tombs. He examined a braided, ring-shaped relic. This relic is from the Korean folktale, the brother and sister who became the sun and the moon. He narrated, "The tiger killed the mother in order to obtain more rice cakes, and eventually tried to kill the siblings, but they were saved by a rope that descended from the heavens." 2 purple system windows appeared. One declared, "You have unlocked a title, and therefore discovered a new skill." The second announced, "You have awakened the Tomb Raider's basic skill, Nimble Fingers, rank F." Seo Juhan observed the interfaces. "Oh, I got a skill."
"Then that means I got all 4 of my basic skills, right?"
The UI detailed his abilities, Nimble Fingers, Spy, Linguistic, and Tomb Excavation, all at rank F. A sharp activation sound, "Pat!" accompanied a surge of purple energy as the skill slots solidified. So Join's eyes widened. A full-screen system message appeared, formal and final. Another notification flashed. "Mission complete. You will be reared after you exit the tom." So Juan read it, "Huh? There's a reward?"
"That crow bastard, he's really treating me like a game character." He's not wrong. The system's basically his overly demanding dungeon master.
Purple energy fragments pelted him. "All right, whatever. Just keep toying around with me then. I'm still getting that reward, so I don't have much to complain about." A sudden impact wrenched a pained cry from him. "Huck! Huck!" A glowing fissure cracked the ground. Panicked voices screamed. Stay back! Don't come near me! Save me!" An observer whispered, "What's happening?" Seo Juhan stood on the cracking surface.
"It's coming from down here,"
he declared. A close-up of his eyes revealed intense focus, lit from beneath. Above, Seo Juhan stood at a glowing chasm. In a cave, a female student brandished a knife. A man pleaded, "Student, please stop this." Another shouted, "Go away." A voice cut through, "It's a trap." The true nature of the Muramasa tomb began to reveal itself. A young woman stood frozen, her skin cracked and surrounded by a pulsing red aura. She did not respond. Inside, Seo Juhan observed with cold clarity, she was possessed. The mechanism was a single knife. Anyone who touched it would fall under its curse. This was a deliberate trap. With each new victim, the psychic pressure against the unpossessed intensified, making escape impossible. A violent assault unfolds in a red-hued space as Seo Ju-hyun reacts in horror while a shadowy entity attacks. Seo Jo-tan observes a glowing bridge forming in a pit, a sacrificial trap that develops as more people die. Seo Ju-han confronts a hostile relic voice that orders mass killing, and he rejects its authority. Our protagonist examined a blade fragment. The system identified it as Muramasa's failed katana, a rank C normal grade degradable relic. It had a usage counter, 865 out of 1,000. He looked at the flickering energy in his palm with contempt. A rank C relic? A mere mob relic, not what he had come for. What a useless mob relic. Where's the boss relic of this tomb? In dismissal, he threw the fragment away. Elsewhere, the female student was bound by a writhing, sentient rope. "Hey, please untie me!" she screamed. A dark voice whispered near her ear. "And die, will hatch."
Hey, human girl. Play with me. Let's have some fun.
Seo Joan arrived, the loose end of that rope in his hand. Do whatever they want when left alone, he noted. Then, his voice cut through the chaos.
Hey, return back to me.
With the situation contained, the man with the backpack turned to the huddled civilians. "Follow me, everyone. I'll lead you out. You don't have to question me. I'm not a bad person." The docile rope was wrapped around his wrist. But in a deeper chamber, manic laughter echoed. "I'm a fucking genius." The speaker was a man in a dark coat and blue scarf. I got rid of all those troublesome witnesses, and I also found the room to the relic Muramasa. Standing amid a forest of upright katanas, he smirked. Now I just need to retrieve Muramasa, and then get rid of that annoying Korean. This was the same Japanese relic user who had been disarmed and humiliated. Injured, he swore. "That bastard took my relics as well. Just you wait, I'll make you suffer." His fury peaked when he reached the relic chamber. He held a wrapped sword case, but the blades around him were all imposters. Fuck, all of them are just fakes. Where the hell is Muramasa? Meanwhile, the group Seo Joeon guided had escaped. Their fear turned to anger against the man who led them into the pit. "Get over here, you bastard! How dare you try and kill us?" The Japanese man in the relic chamber reeled back, grabbing his collar. "This bastard!" From off-panel, the civilian shouted, "How the hell did you guys get out of there?" The answer was violence. The man was on the ground, the target of furious retaliation. "Just beat him up!" Someone shouted. A lone figure walked away, muttering, "Damn, you're seriously ridiculous." The beaten Japanese man pointed a shaking finger. "You bastard! It must have been you!" Seo Juhan stood before him, a short-handled axe in his grip. He smiled.
Of course it was. Who else could it have been?
"I can't believe you couldn't even locate the relic, even though you got here first. You're seriously a dumbass." For the true prize was hidden in plain sight. He held a gold axe, then noticed a katana embedded in the ground behind him, wreathed in sinister purple aura. He was shocked. "Seriously? The relic was right under your nose, too." This cracked, weathered blade leaking purple smoke was the object of the excavation. An unseen observer questioned, "A busted sword like that is Muramasa?" Seo Juhan reached for it. Blue energy arced across his arms. "Well, that's because it only reveals its true form once you activate it," he stated. The blade responded contemptuously.
Another one attempts to wield me. What a foolish human."
The sentient relic laid out its terms. "My body is weathered and broken.
If you wish to utilize my power, then you must offer up 10 sacrifices.
I require human blood to be restored. If you cannot, then you can be forever buried here." Nearby, the injured Japanese man was confused. Is someone talking to him? I can't believe it." Panic erupted among the civilians. Then does that mean 10 of us have to die here? No way. Are you serious? One man sat in grim silence. Seo Juan held the sword aloft. "Weapon relics are always like this." "So? Is that your trial for me?" the relic responded.
That's right. What are you waiting for? Go and kill 10 humans for me.
A close-up showed his eye tinged with purple. His answer echoed,
I refuse.
He chose domination. His hands tightened on the hilt. The relic seemed to exclaim. "Why should I," he retorted, "when I can just dominate you?" The Japanese man screamed, red energy lashing from his body as if torn apart. Ack! What the hell are you doing? Ack! It hurts! C.O. Johan declared, the one who will be tested here isn't going to be me. It's you who will be tested.
If you don't submit to me, then I'll fucking shatter you into pieces.
A civilian girl screamed. The Japanese man, enveloped in red energy, made a desperate attempt. Hurry and obey me, Muramasa. The blade reacted violently, red electricity arcing across its metal. Expletives emanated from it. Fuck! Fuck! Muramasa voiced its ultimate outrage. A silhouette stood in an explosion of light, holding the blade.
How dare a mere human do this to me?
A shockwave of red energy blasted outwards, throwing onlookers back. When the light cleared, C.O. Johan stood calmly. In his hand, Muramasa was now a blade of pure, serene blue energy. A system notification flashed. Tom cleared. With the core relic secured, the tomb's rules loosened. The hooded figure pointed upwards. Just climb this rope. You'll safely get out. One by one, they began to ascend. From above, a voice called, "Thank you so much." But Seo Juhan's attention snapped to someone trying to blend into the crowd. Hold it! Don't try to blend into the crowd. He moved swiftly, gripping the Japanese man's shoulder. Are you planning to get rid of these people after you get outside as well? The man panicked. No, I won't. I promise. Just let me leave this place. He switched to bribes. If you let me leave, then I'll recommend you to my government. You can earn up to 10 million yen if you work for the Japanese excavation team. He played his final card. We also have the prophetic relic, Future Guide. You can even utilize that relic. So, how about it? C.O. Juhan smirked. You amuse me.
As far as I know, the Future Guide is a relic that can only be used by its original owner. So, how do you suppose I can utilize it? He just dismantled that entire sales pitch with one sentence. Brutal.
He seemed to consider it. Sounds interesting. Fine. You can also use that rope.
But you're going to be the last person to get out of here.
Left alone, the Japanese man allowed himself a grim triumph. I lived! As expected from a commoner, getting swayed over 10 million yen. As they climbed, the man below spoke diplomatically. I apologize for my actions earlier. Seems like you have some sense. A skilled user like you is welcomed in any team. Seo Juhan paused and looked down. Let's talk more about that deal. I want to know more about the Japanese team that operates the prophetic relic.
If they're an untrustable group, then I don't want to work with them.
The man below grinned. You don't have to worry about that. Seo Juhan's eye was sharp. A blood-streaked mouth formed a silent, sinister smile. A knowing. The man below proclaimed, "It's the famous TKBM group!" There was a moment of silence. Then, a quiet question floated down. Is that so? The Japanese man grunted, straining. Ugh! The rope in Seo Juhan's hand transformed into a vicious whip. With a brutal snap, he let it go. The man screamed, suspended in the shaft, a cracking sound from his legs. What? Wait. Ugh, my legs.
And that's why you don't name-drop your enemy's former employer.
So Johan looked down coldly.
Thanks for that information, dumbass. I guess you were desperate to live. If you were willing to tell me some vital information.
A blue-haired individual watching spoke up in rage. Who the fuck wants to work for some trash like you? His bravado vanished. No, wait. A voice from the dark depths rang out. Are you actually going to murder someone in cold blood? Another voice shouted. Come back! Stop, you bastard! Back in the world above, the first sign of normalcy was a simple men's room sign. Within, two figures stood in silence, one of them muttering to himself. But the silence was shattered by a furious shout. Let me out! It escalated to a violent threat! I'll fucking kill you! The voice screamed, full of rage. Seo Juhan had returned to the mundane world, but he'd brought the tomb's violence with him. Gripping the Muramasa's hilt, he shouted over the chaos demanding, Which one of you started it? He turned his focus to the source of the power in his hands.
Was it you, Muramasa?
He demanded of the sentient blade. His solution was decisive and undignified. With a command, "Just be quiet," he plunged the blue energy katana straight into a toilet bowl. "Have a good taste of the toilet," he taunted the unseen, struggling presence. But the retaliation was swift. He staggered back against a wall, a sharp grunt of pain escaping him. He looked at his arm, the skin burned and discolored. "Damn it. This is all because of that bastard," he muttered. The cost of his methods was written on his flesh. As he knew, these were the consequences of forceful domination. He understood the rules. To obtain a relic, one was meant to pass the trials it set, but he had ignored that procedure, overriding sentient wills, and his body had paid the price in violent backlash. A grim reality settled in. The stronger the relic, the greater its resistance. He knew that continuing down this path of brute force subjugation meant his body wouldn't hold out for much longer. Yet, as he stared at the blade submerged in the toilet, his resolve hardened. "But I really don't have any other choice," he reasoned. "If I don't dominate these relics, then they will all eventually betray me." Fear of future betrayal, informed by a past life's lessons, made the present suffering a necessary risk. Finally, he stepped out of the restroom, a faint purple energy flickering around him before dissipating, the last vestige of the tomb's power leaving his system. And then the system he knew as Crow spoke, its interface materializing before him. It confirmed his exit from the tomb, unlocked the basic skills for a tomb raider, and announced he would now receive his award. He raised an eyebrow at the purple window.
"Oh ho!"
he murmured, a note of curiosity in his voice.
"Huh? What's this?"
The screen presented him with a choice, two distinct paths laid out for his future development, the path of domination and the path of sociability. He was immediately suspicious.
"Are you telling me to choose which one I'll utilize the most, Crow?"
He challenged the system.
"Why are you making me choose this? Is this some sort of trial?"
He lifted his injured arm, the damage a stark testament to his recent victory. "Just because my arm is in this state doesn't mean I'm going to stop what I am doing," he declared, his voice firm. The choice was obvious.
"I'll choose the path of domination."
A fist clenched, surrounded by a burst of purple particles as the system confirmed. "You have successfully received the quest reward." He stood still for a moment, a question mark hanging in the air. Nothing tangible seemed to have changed. Frustration boiled over as he rifled through a locker, then crouched in disbelief. "What the fuck? Why didn't I get anything?" he complained aloud. "Aren't you supposed to get some sort of prize box in this situation? If you're going to imitate a game-like setting, then you should do it properly." As he pulled his sleeve back on, a strange, crushing sound came from his arm, making him pause. He opened his hand. Resting on his palm was a single silver pill. A purple status window popped up beside it, identifying it as a consumable relic of unknown rank. "A silver pill?" he observed, putting the pieces together. "It's a relic that's in the form of a silver pill." He examined the description. "Well, it states that it's some sort of consumable food type," he noted, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. "Should I eat it then?" He weighed the risk against his current state. With a gesture of resignation, he concluded, "I'd have much to lose anyway. If I died after eating this, then I guess that's my fate." He took a sharp breath. Back in the restroom, he retrieved the wrapped Muramasa from the toilet. "All right, get out of there. Let's go home now," he said, his tone weary. Then, with a hint of regret, he added, Fuck. You're all nasty now. I regret shoving you inside a toilet bowl." From within the wrapping, a furious voice screamed back,
"I'll fucking kill you, you bastard."
He swallowed the pill. Almost immediately, a wave of sensation hit him. Urge! The medicine is already taking effect. He braced himself, planting the Muramasa's hilt against the floor for support as the reaction intensified. Then he saw it. The angry burned flesh on his forearm began to knit together under a soft golden light. The wounds on my arm are healing, he whispered, astonished. Was it a healing relic then? He held the blue energy blade, now stable in his grip. What a steal. Healing relics are extremely rare and valuable, he mused. At that moment, a system window confirmed his recovery and revealed something new. You have withstood the poisonous side effects of the relic and have successfully recovered. You have discovered the tolerance, immunity, skill within you. The notification lingered, reiterating the discovery of this new internal skill.
Tolerance?
So Johan repeated, staring at the words overlaid on his chest.
This is my first time seeing an ability like this.
A startling thought occurred to him. Wait, he considered. Is this perhaps a unique ability created just for me? While he pondered his new advantage, the world outside was reeling. News broke of a large earthquake in Seoul's Yeongdegung-do district, and with it, the emergence of an unidentified structure. Reports detailed that about 50 people had been trapped inside a structure filled with deadly traps. Witnesses spoke of blade-covered walls and, crucially, of an attacker. One man, Kim Woo, identified that attacker as a member of the Japanese excavation team. The incident was no longer a secret. The Korean government had contacted Japan, and now China and Russia were also demanding answers and accountability. As a news report began to detail a statement from the United States, a hand in a suit sleeve reached out and pressed a remote. The screen went black with a soft click. From the shadows, a voice muttered, "You bastard." That voice belonged to a figure seated in a Japanese government boardroom, surrounded by furious officials. One of them pointed an accusatory finger and shouted, "Just what the fuck did you guys do?" Another official raged, "The media is reporting about the toms and relics now, and not only that, you guys have brought great disgrace for our country of Japan." A subordinate officer bowed deeply, sweating profusely as he was berated for the scandal and death of his team member. "I apologize, sir," he stammered. The man at the center of the storm, the one who had cut off the news, finally revealed himself. A text box identified him. Mori Hiroyuki, leader of the Japanese excavation team. He listened, a slight smirk on his face, as an aide tried to explain. "It's just that we had an unforeseen circumstance that occurred. The Korean from the prophecy has appeared." Another official turned the accusation back on the military man. "Weren't you the one who said you will take care of the situation regarding the appearance of the Korean from the prophecy?" The men in camouflage stammered a defense. "Whoa, we did state that. It's just that there were too many difficulties surrounding our situation." "But it's different now, sir," the camo-clad man insisted, gesturing eagerly. "We can now utilize the future Gride relic to locate his whereabouts." A skeptical man in a bow tie raised an immediate objection. "Didn't you say that the user of the future Gride relic had to have first come in contact with the individual in order for them to locate their positions?" Another figure, a man with a scarred face, provided the answer. "We can do that now, because Abi was the one who was marked by the future Gride relic, and since he came in contact with that Korean," he explained, a smirk playing on his lips. "Although it's still incomplete, we are now able to locate his position." A man in uniform elaborated on their broader strategy, and the scholars who aren't the users of the future Gride relic are finding ways to utilize this relic without being the original owner themselves. The TKBM group are also putting a lot of time and investment in order for this research to be complete. Mori Hiroyuki, having heard enough, granted a reprieve. "Fine. We will give you one more chance." The uniformed man bowed again, relief washing over him. "To thank you for your grace, sir! I promise we will do whatever we can." The directive was clear, voiced over a cityscape that represented their target. In order to eliminate that Korean. Meanwhile, back in his own space, Seo Johan lay contemplating the new skill. Tolerance? He mused. If this tolerance was for the relic's poisons, then this will be fucking amazing. He sat up, connecting the dots. If this tolerance ability was for the relic's poison, then it's definitely a unique ability that's available only for me, he theorized aloud. His gaze turned inward to the source of his second chance.
This is all because of that crow relic, right?
He addressed the silent entity directly. Answer me, he demanded, his voice low and insistent.
You're good at talking. You use those shiny status windows to talk to me, so talk to me.
Only silence answered him. Fucking bastard, he scoffed. Then, his phone rang, the caller ID reading my henchman.
A phone call? Oh, it's Son. Woo!
He answered with his usual casual arrogance. How's it going, my henchman? He said, a smile in his voice. The response from the other end was predictably irritable, making him sigh. What did you say, you fucking... whatever. On the other end of the line, a man known as J.K. listened to his subordinate's report. There are 3 people with that name. J.K., the voice said. J.K. processed this with a thoughtful HM. He decided action was needed. Standing up, he declared, I guess I'll have to come and check them out myself. The scene opened on the grimy ground of a Japanese schoolyard, where a worn book labeled Future Guide lay abandoned. A young girl in uniform, Sasaki Yuka, picked it up with concern.
What's this? It's going to get dirty.
She was the one the Future Guide relic had chosen. But she walked away, leaving the prophetic book on the pavement. Ever since that day, the Future Guide would follow her wherever she went. She tried to destroy it, but it always reappeared. Her fear drew the Japanese government's attention. They requested her support to use the relic for the Japanese excavation team. In exchange, her family prospered. With the Future Guide, the teams collected many relics, but this prosperity wouldn't last. Having abandoned her education, Sasaki couldn't understand the difficult kanji in the book. A man reminded her,
You are the only one who can view it, Sasaki.
She couldn't properly use the relic's full power. A title card pronounced, eventually causing her death. In the present, Seo Jo-hoon thought at Incheon Airport, I was planning on leaving that prophetic relic user alone because she would have eventually died. But since they dared to try and locate my position, everything changes. They're also associated with that bastard CEO Kwon, so I can't leave them alone. In a vehicle with companions, he reaffirmed his resolve.
I'm going to have to disrupt his plans as much as possible.
A high-pitched sound cut the air as a voice called out, Sasaki-chan. The call came from a TV screen. A blonde viewer watching from behind reacted, Sasaki-chan? Sasaki-chan hugged a pillow laughing. Not only is Susuke-sen so handsome, but he's also really good at singing. A man with glasses stood behind her.
Sasaki-chan, it's time for you to read the Future Guide.
Now? But it's about to get to the good part. The man sighed. That's your 4th time watching that show? So what if it is my 4th time? I still enjoy it very much. A red-haired woman greeted her formally.
Welcome back, Sasaki-chan.
The man rubbed his temple. Sigh. I'm always... Eventually, the blonde woman muttered, Yeah. as a subtle shift occurred. Her composure shattered. "What's wrong?" shouted the man. She trembled.
It says I'll die. The writings are clear this time. It says I'll be killed.
A close-up of the open book revealed golden kanji repeating, "Sasaki will die." Panic turned to accusation.
This is definitely because of that Korean.
Abe-san died because of him as well. The man tried to calm her. "Sasaki-chan, please calm down. Can you see if there are any other prophecies?" The red-haired woman supported her.
You have the power to look into the future, Sasaki-chan. Please brace yourself and look once more.
The man agreed. "That's right. If that guy was going to come and kill you, then there will be more prophecies regarding that." Taking a breath, Sasaki focused.
I can look into the future.
Her orange eye ignited with concentric rings. "Yes, you're right. I can't lose to him." The scene shifted to Haneda Airport with a flight to Seoul listed. An urgent announcement crackled. "Attention all units. This is an emergency." Observers relayed their status. "The person of interest, Korean relic user, has arrived. Shall we detain him?" A higher authority replied, "No, leave him be. We will continue to observe him through the future guide." As Tae-Joon walked through the terminal, the observers noted the relic's limitation. "I thought the future guide wasn't able to properly mark him. It's fine. It just needs to keep observing his presence." A commander stood before 3 soldiers.
With this opportunity, we will resolve this problem once and for all. We will make our first move.
In a serene traditional restaurant, a piece of salmon nigiri was dipped into soy sauce. Seo-Juhan savored the bite.
As expected, sushi made by an authentic sushi chef is delicious.
Sitting calmly, he asked quietly, "Anyhow,
When are these bastards going to attack me?"
He held up a folded note covered in a repeated line.
I've been continuously threatening her life. With this, they will definitely show up.
The note read, "Sasaki will die."
The classic annoy them Enchu attacking strategy. Bold.
He knew the future guide would relay his curse to Sasaki Yuka. His incomplete marking meant it could only observe, not pinpoint him. He had moved slowly to draw its attention without revealing his location. His patience was about to be rewarded. The Japanese soldiers have to be here by now, he thought. In the kitchen, an armed man pressed a finger to his lips.
Oi, you, be quiet.
A terrified chef knelt on the floor. "Forgive me!" Another armed man crouched, gun aimed. A voice asked,
Sasaki-chan, are you ready?
A blonde woman holding a tray stepped into view.
No. Wait a second. Does this really seem reasonable to you, misters?
The man in the cap protested. "That person is trying to kill me. So why am I the one going in?" The blonde woman was told,
You only need to make eye contact with him.
A silhouetted figure explained.
Because with that, our marking will be complete. We'll be able to know everything about him afterwards.
Also, he doesn't even know what you look like, so it's fine. Sasaki Yuka swallowed nervously. That's true. Encouraged by the men, Sasaki took a breath. "If things get complicated, we'll make sure to back you up, so go in there."
Alright, I guess I'll just get this over with.
Reaching for the door, she recalled, "Those misters told me that the ability to foresee any event is the strongest ability out there." She steeled herself. "That means I'm holding the advantage. He also doesn't know what I look like." She saw him. A sharp gasp echoed as the door slid open. Sasaki's eyes went wide. "He's so handsome."
He's even more handsome than Susake-san.
She placed the sushi plate down. Oh my god. Those misters are trying to kill someone like him? Seo-Juhan looked up.
Thank you.
Sasaki muttered, "That's such a waste." And then, what do you know? He recognized her.
It's the future guide's relic user. It's impressive she came to meet me in person.
In the same instant, a hand gripped the hilt of a katana. Back in the observation post, a tak hit a door. A man in a white coat stared as distorted noise erupted from his walkie-talkie. Sasaki pointed at the door in surprise. as Seo-Juon turned to look. Shock rippled through the hidden observers. Sasaki leaned forward with a bright smile.
Oppa, can I be your fan?
Seo-Juon's facade cracked.
What the fuck?
Sasaki smiled. Oh, that's right. You're not a celebrity, right? In the surveillance room, an observer clutched his head. Heck, why is she closing the door? Hey, wait! Look over there! On screen, Sasaki was kneeling beside Seo-Juosu. A voice analyzed it. She's conversing with him. She might be trying to pry more information. Another replied.
What? Are you sure? Confirm that with Captain Mori.
Seo-Johan stared, a bead of sweat on his temple.
What did you just say?
Sasaki, holding a pink phone, waved her hand. I just want to talk with you for a bit. Ah, wait! Can you understand me? Please, give me a second. He held up his own phone.
Here.
His mind raced. What the fuck is she on? I think I know what she's trying to say. Background phrases like in love and you. And I hinted at a misinterpretation. Clarity struck. He operated his phone.
Well, whatever. This is a good opportunity for me.
Sasaki's eyes went wide as she spotted something on the device.
There?
Outside, the operatives grew restless. The man with the pistol whispered.
Can you hear anything?
His subordinate shook his head. No, sir. A deafening crash erupted as a table was hurled through the wall.
What the hell? The table was thrown.
Before they could react, a curved object swept through the air.
Wait! There's something over there.
A scream tore through the room.
What is this?
One operative lay bound and gagged on the floor, shouting muffled curses as 3 pairs of boots stood ominously in the doorway. Seo-Johan stood over the scene, smirking, with a wide-eyed Sasaki behind him.
I knew you guys would try to pull something like this, so I set up my rope beforehand.
The trap was sprung.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you turn a date into an ambush.
He smiled slightly. You didn't come here alone, right? The blonde girl, Sasaki Yuka, stared up in surprise. Seo-Johan nodded, spinning a tale about her boring escorts. They don't like me. I wouldn't be surprised if they make you do tedious tasks every day. To his advantage, Yuka agreed.
Yeah, you're right.
He placed a hand on her head. Okay, let's escape together. Keep up all right? Yuka thought. Huh, he's not scary after all. He immediately threw her 2 escorts into a wall. Yuka clutched her collar, thinking, is he really trying to kill me? In an alley, Yuka trailed behind, reasoning, I made eye contact. I should be able to read his future. I still have the advantage. He stopped. Yuka blinked, realizing,
Wait. I left my future guide at home.
She shrugged. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. She started to speak, but the words died as she saw the glint of a sword blade. Yuka now had a sword at her neck. Seo-Juhan commanded,
Don't make any sound, and hand over your cell phone.
He smirked.
Good girl.
He destroyed the phone. She screamed too late. What are you doing? She cried. He hushed her. Shh, be quiet. I'm just getting rid of tracking devices. A tracker fell from above. It'll be a pain if the Japanese Defense Force bothered us, he said. His gaze hardened. Did you think I wouldn't know who you are? You're the future guide user, right? All color drained from Yuka's face. He knows. He's scarier than I imagined, she thought, her illusion shattered. The scene shifted to a couple's room cafe. They sat in a private booth. He drank. She stared at her untouched drink. The cafe was silent, tense. Yuka peeked from behind a partition, tears in her eyes. He said bind, and ropes tied her to the chair. Outraged, she shouted,
You're going too far, you filthy liar. I can't believe you set me up with a date.
He sipped a milkshake, amused. Haha, what are you talking about? If this isn't a date, what is? She whispered. What are you going to do to me? He leaned forward.
I was planning on killing you earlier.
He gestured to his sword. If you came closer, I'd slash your throat. But you were dumber than I thought. We came this far. Yuka admitted her mistake. He tapped the table. Take out your future guide. Write down everything you see. She stammered.
I left the future guide at home.
He pushed up her sleeve, revealing a kanji tattoo. Did you think I wouldn't notice? This appeared after you started using the future guide. Holding her wrist, he instructed, touch your tattoo and call for your future guide. You can summon it here? He shook his head. I can't believe you don't know this. Trembling, she touched the tattoo.
A future guide?
It materialized in her hands. It really did appear. He commanded, write as much as you can. If you miss one line, I'll kill you. She wrote frantically, filling pages with prophecy. She cried as she worked. Time passed, marked by spilled drink and her frantic writing. He watched, rubbing his temple. He noticed her slowing. Don't think about taking a break. Why slow down?
It's because my hand hurts.
He asked how much was left, then fell silent. He finally said,
As much as you can.
Desperate, she sobbed.
I'll just give you the future guide.
So please let me go, she begged. He took the relic, then crushed her hope.
No thanks. Just keep writing.
He examined the relic. If I wanted it, I would have taken it. He explained the risk. The future guide is rank S. Forcefully dominating a high-ranking relic brings a severe penalty. His mind showed the hierarchy. The future guide was legendary tier, above his A-rank Muramasa. His scarred arm was a permanent reminder of dominating Muramasa. Trying to dominate the future guide now would damage more than my arm. Outside, a low murmur built. In the cafe main area, camouflaged soldiers arrived. A blue-haired woman pleaded, but an officer said, We'll be done quick, so stand down. Orders were given, check all exits and rooms. An observer muttered.
They finally came.
He asked, How far have you gotten? Yuka looked up. I'm almost done filling the first notebook. He took the pages. That's good enough. Her hope sparked. Does that mean you'll let me go? He said.
One more thing.
Muramasa's blade was at her throat. She froze. She begged, please don't. Wait, I'll write more, and even called him Appa. He said, You think you're that valuable? Forget it. You're misunderstanding something. You thought... He raised the sword. You thought you were using the relic, but you were being used by it. This is the only way for you to survive. Yuka stared, terrified and confused. He turned his gaze to the relic and smirked. He swung Muramasa down. The blade pierced the future guide. Blue energy erupted. A furious voice screamed.
What the fuck are you doing, human?
The sword stayed embedded, energy crackling. Yuka swayed, feeling a profound disconnect. System notifications flooded in. Title unlocked. Domination increased. Sociability decreased. Relic detection improved. Spy skill promoted to rank E. He became aware of the giant hunter. Standing in the middle of fading energy, he muttered, Why so many windows this time? The door exploded. Soldiers rushed in, roaring, Ooh!
So, you were in this room, you bastard!
They saw the bound girl, the calm man, and the shattered future guide. A soldier voiced their shock.
What happened here?
Another shouted,
What happened to the future guide?
So Juhan turned to them.
What are you surprised about? It's merely destroyed.
A soldier recognized him. Ah, you! Rage took over. Seeing their injured comrade, the commander roared, You bastard!
Fucking kill him!
Back in the cafe, with JDF rifles trained on him, the man in the dark coat offered nothing but a smirk. Instead of engaging them, he threw something into the air. A JDF operative caught it, a small purple object, Abe's rank C consumable relic known as Housemaid's Delicious Mochi. Then he vanished, leaving behind only a sharp turn and a mocking comment about the mochi's lethal taste. His sudden disappearance left the remaining operatives confused and suspicious, one of them inspecting the relic. Then a strange smell filled the air. As the sweet aroma intensified, discipline shattered. An unseen attacker lunged from the shadows, sparking a violent scramble over the single piece of mochi. One operative, brandishing a handgun, roared at his subordinates, declaring his ownership and demanding respect. The dispute escalated into a full-blown brawl, with gunshots and frantic shouts as the men, under the mochi's charm, turned on each other. Elsewhere, now safe, the man who had orchestrated the escape calmly explained his method. "There isn't a better escape relic than the housemaid's delicious mochi," he said with a smirk. He sat down and opened the gray book containing the prophecies Sasaki Yuka had transcribed. The game had changed, and now it was time to understand exactly what the future guide had foretold. The TKBM group had been supporting the future guide in Japan, which meant Sasaki Yuka likely had direct contact with its CEO. CEO Johan scanned the pages, muttering to himself, "So it's possible the prophecies listed might have something about CEO Kwon." And then he found it. The directive was chillingly specific. In 1 month, head towards the underworld of the place ripe with greed. At that place shall the omen pertaining to the world's greatest calamity shall begin.
A month's notice? That's more generous than most of my deadlines.
He recognized it instantly. The underworld of the place ripe with greed. He mused. That has to be the Las Vegas underground auction house Midas. A fact he knew from his own reconnaissance. His informants, Seung-Woo and his group, had already gone there to gather information on Kwon Tae-Joon. But the final part of the prophecy was the most alarming. The omen pertaining to the world's greatest calamity. It had to be referencing the Great Catastrophe. The Great Catastrophe. The memory was a stark one. A city under siege. The sky torn by beams of energy. The moment when relics and tombs became a global phenomenon. It was the watershed event that made the world aware of tombs and caused the rate of relic discovery to skyrocket. Holding Muramasa, CEO Joan's mind raced with a critical inconsistency. In his memory, from the life he had already lived, the Great Catastrophe did not start this early. And the prophecy offered another cryptic line. The God who understands your greed shall ask for your cooperation. To him, that could only mean one thing. A god-tier relic might appear at that very auction. A grim hypothesis formed. Was this the very relic that Kwon Tae-Joon had obtained in his past life? The foundation of the power that led to his betrayal? The answer, delivered with a soft scoff, was definitive.
If that's the case, I'll definitely take it from you.
Meanwhile, the repercussions of his actions were being felt. At the Japanese Excavation Research Team's committee board, a report confirmed the future guide's total destruction and Sasaki Yuka's weakened but conscious state. The subordinate nervously detailed the secondary chaos. Captain Mori and his JDF troops, under the Mokai's influence, had shot each other and were now out of commission. The superior erupted. "Does that fucking make any sense right now?" he roared, causing the older man with the bow tie to flinch and stammer an apology.
The office meeting where you have to explain why your entire tactical unit just shot each other over a piece of dessert.
The conversation continued elsewhere. A woman in a black suit walking through a corridor, relaying the unbelievable news that one person had caused all this and questioning just who this crazy bastard was. Another voice, calmer and more analytical, pointed out the silver lining. Their investment in the future guide was gone, but the person who destroyed it clearly wielded significant power. The speaker's heels clicked on the floor as she proposed a strategic pivot. Wouldn't it be better if we can recruit this type of person into our team? But caution was voiced. This person had destroyed an invaluable prophetic relic without hesitation. What if they turned that destructive intent toward their own company's relics next? Another man, wearing glasses, voiced the ultimate fear. What are we going to do if this person damages our president's relics? The response from the man by the window was dismissive and transactional. He laughed, confident that a hefty income would solve any problem. So all you need to do, he instructed, is to just keep tabs on this person. And so the stage shifted. from the chaos of Tokyo to the glittering lights of Las Vegas. Within a luxurious lounge overlooking the city, two men were already deep in conversation. Elsewhere in the city, impatience was mounting. A hand tapped a glass on a table. These bastards. Why are they late? The impatient man was Seo Joo-hun, his expression stern in the middle of the low buzz of the city. Finally, his contacts arrived. Two blonde men who immediately caused a scene. One shouted his name, while the other hastily denied any association with him. Seo Joo-hun cut through their excuses. You guys are 30 minutes late. One of the blonde men, flustered, blamed him for not letting them into the venue. The blonde man then turned his ire toward an unseen figure, explaining that this was the Midas auction house, and only attendees were permitted. That's when Seo Jo-hyun, hearing the man speak in a language he didn't understand, snapped, covering his face in frustration. He shouted,
"Speak Korean."
The universal struggle of international travel.
The blonde man, sweating, mocked the request. You're in America, and you're asking for them to speak in Korean? Before the confrontation could escalate, a calm voice intervened. A dark-haired man seated nearby smiled and gestured. These three are my guests. Allow me to vouch for these guys. The man in the red shirt quickly apologized. The blonde man accepted it with a sarcastic jab about their fashion sense, but a note of hesitation crept into his voice. The man in red, turning to the blonde man with surprise, asked, You can speak English? The blonde man's wide-eyed shock confirmed that his linguistic abilities were an unexpected twist. Seo Joo-hun, now seated with his associates, dismissed the irrelevant language debate. That doesn't matter, he commanded.
Sit. Report to me what you found.
They presented documents. These are the documents pertaining to the three people with the initials. J.K. Tes Ao Jo Cha-on acknowledged their work with a nod. Internally, he allowed himself a slight smirk. Seems these guys are useful after all. The blonde man got straight to the point. So, were you able to find the person you were looking for? Seo Joo-hun's reply was simple. Yep, I did. He placed a document on the table. It was a fake identity, and he identified it without a doubt as one used by CEO Kwon. If that man was here, it meant only one thing. A truly valuable relic was present at this auction. Sliding a green folder forward, Seo Joo-hun made his decision clear. I'll check for it beforehand. He flipped through a handwritten auction catalog. Considering the prophecy's implication, it was actually possible that a god-tier relic might appear here. The blonde man was horrified. Why are you looking through the auction catalog? He warned. Only the ultra-rich people gather at this place. If you try to go for a successful bid, you're only going to end up with your balls ripped off. Seo Joo-hun tilted his head, a quiet hum of doubt escaping him. He scanned the catalog's illustrations of lesser relics. I don't see any god-tier relics here, he muttered. Then what was that prophecy talking about? The blonde man, named Julian Miller, listed a few other items of interest, like the Code of Hammurabi and Shakespeare's pen. He still had a couple of things he wanted to get. Julian slammed his hand on the table as another man exclaimed, Huh? You're going to participate in the auction? Seo Joo-hun confirmed it. Julian erupted. Are you fucking kidding me? This is the Midas auction house we're talking about. Julian insisted their plan was only to build connections, never to buy anything. Seo Joo-hun, holding a dark book, smirked. Are you assuming I don't have any money to buy from here? He began to walk away. Julian shouted after him. Hey, wait up. Where are you going? Did you forget that this is the city of gambling? Looking out at the cityscape, Seo Joo-hun delivered a simple, confident truth.
You can accomplish anything with some money.
The implication dawned on Julian. What? You're thinking of earning money from gambling? He muttered in disbelief, his anger boiling over. This bastard! As Seo Joo-hun stood before the neon glow of a Las Vegas casino, tension thickened in the casino as the digital counter reached an astronomical figure. Seo Joo-hun watched calmly as the slot machine displayed over 68 million, sparking disbelief across the hall. Julian Miller wiped his brow, eyes wide at the staggering numbers. It wasn't a fluke. He'd won millions from every machine he played, causing frantic whispers. He collected a paper voucher and slid it into a machine. He turned to his companions. All right, let's move to a different location. Stop gawking around and follow me, he said firmly. I'm going to trade this in for cash. Paranoia set in as they walked. Julian clutched the voucher. Hey, Seung-Woo, he muttered. I feel like you scored a little too much. What if we get killed by some crazy bastards? His fears were confirmed when a blonde security officer knelt before them, his presence a silent threat. Seo-Johan halted the group. A taller man in a dark suit stood behind the officer, projecting authority. The air crackled with tension. The admin said coolly, It's just that we never had this many jackpots before. Seo-Johan smirked and gave a thumbs up. Fine by me, he replied. The officer frisked him, but his calm never wavered. You won't be able to find anything in the first place, he stated. The officer could only stammer agreement. Security then noticed a small golden object dangling from Julian's finger. It's just a souvenir I bought, Julian explained with a smile. It's a nice shade of gold if I say so myself. Seo-Johan examined it. It looked like a novelty knife. But the truth was far more significant. It was the golden axe relic in disguise, and its purpose wasn't decorative. The golden axe has the ability to detect wealth and valuables, Seo-Johan explained. Because of this, I'm able to know beforehand which machines will give me a jackpot. Julian turned to the staff and shrugged.
It seems you are just extremely lucky.
Okay, using a mythical relic to cheat at slots? That's a power move.
Once clear, Julian exclaimed, Wow! You really didn't get caught for cheating. That's insane. What's the secret to your success? Casino staff were already inspecting the machines. It just means we have to start moving towards a different casino now, Seo-Johan declared. Stop getting impressed over everything. They moved on, leaving one scene of chaos for another. At the next venue, a man blocked their path aggressively. Oi, Seo-Johan! Tell me what your secret is. Ignoring him, Seo-Johan approached the cashier. What can I help you with? She asked. He placed vouchers on the counter.
Turn all of that into cash.
The cashier's eyes went wide. Oh, all of this? We'll have to escort you to our VIP room first. Give us a moment, sir. He smirked dismissively.
Low. No thanks. Just hurry and give me the cash.
Later, in a bar, the scale of their haul began to sink in. Julian stared at the bag of cash. We're rich. We're fucking millionaires. Seo-Johan shattered the celebration. Looks like you guys are misunderstanding something, he said. That money isn't for you guys. Julian's expression deflated. The mood shifted. One man pleaded, Hey, Johan, do you really need to participate in the auction? Isn't it better if you just took all of this money and went back home? Seo-Johan took a sip of beer.
Nope.
But dude, with this amount of money, you can accomplish pretty much everything you want for the rest of your life. So why? Because my goal is to acquire the relics at the auction house, he stated. Also, if I want to compete against CEO Kwon, then I'll need a little bit more money as well. The meal ended. Julian stood up urgently. Hurry and finish eating. I'm going for another round in the casinos. His companions responded in disbelief. Again? From the golden axe, a manic voice chimed in. Tekei, I can smell the money. Ah, that's right. When are you going to turn me back into my original form? Master? Sigh. Whatever. I'll just enjoy the smell of despair from casinos for a bit longer. Kick!
A relic that enjoys the smell of human misery? Charming.
Seo-Johan's mental command was sharp.
Enough with your bipolar act. Just hurry and find the next jackpot machines.
The relic replied petulantly. Fuck. Fine. At the next casino, a system notification appeared. His compatibility with relics had increased, as had his spy skill. He had arrived at a place relics enjoyed. He understood casinos, like battlefields, concentrated human despair and sorrow, a feast for relics. He grimaced, disliking the idea of pleasing these parasitic beings. I need to hurry and get the money and leave, he thought, clenching the axe. As he walked away, a frantic call stopped him. Wait, Juhan! The man in the purple shirt clutched a brown bag, rattling violently. "What's in your bag?" he shouted. "Why is it being like this?" Seo Juhan's eyes narrowed. He reached for his jacket zipper. Inside his pouch, something pushed against the fabric. His eyes widened.
"It's coming! Silver Axe? It's coming soon."
He possessed 2 legendary axes, where the golden axe sought wealth. The silver axe detected and marked enemies who threatened its master's relics. It was reacting violently now. Why? Chaos exploded! A gambler roared, "You fucking cheater!" Arguments erupted, chips scattered, and a staff member's plea was lost. The situation spiraled. A woman screamed, a machine crashed, a man wailed. This was concentrated misfortune. Julian spun pale. What the hell is going on here? He saw a man in a tuxedo behind him, eyes glowing red, knife drawn. The attacker lunged, but Seo Johan intercepted the wrist, his expression cold. "Hand over the money," he demanded. His gaze assessed the red-eyed man, calculating the threat. A swift motion flung the robber backward through the air. The man, wearing a dealer's bow tie, landed hard. A companion stared, horrified. "Are you crazy? What are you thinking, attacking a guest like that?" So Juhan pieced it together. The silver axe's agitation, the dealer's possessed attack, the cascade of bad luck. There shouldn't be any tombs appearing around here, so why is this happening? He scanned the chaotic room for the source. Then he heard it, the sharp click of high heels cutting through the din. Someone was approaching. Click. Click. A blonde woman in an elegant black dress strode into view, parting the chaos. His companions grinned foolishly. Whoa. Who's that beauty over there? I think she might be a celebrity. Young Nim. But Seo Johan didn't admire her. A cold sweat broke on his temple. He spun around, alarmed. "Hurry and grab our shit," he barked. "We're leaving immediately." Julian stared, bewildered. "Huh? Why?" Julian connected the dots. "I never expected to meet that woman at this place. No wonder everything is in a pandemonium. We need to avoid that woman." He recognized her. This was Irene Hilton, the youngest daughter of Hilton Bank, but her wealth was the least remarkable thing. She watched them retreat, a knowing look in her eyes. There was much more to her story. After the Great Catastrophe, a hierarchy of power emerged. At its apex were god-tier relics, whose users commanded immense power. These individuals held titles like the God of Fate, Conquest, or Wealth. They were the absolute authorities of the era of relics. Irene Hilton was one of them. Her title was the God of Failure. Her relic inflicted catastrophic misfortune upon anything nearby. It was a passive, devastating aura that ruined fortunes and collapsed corporations. The advice was simple: avoid her at all costs. But avoidance failed. She had seen him. Irene broke into a run. "Hey, you over there!" she called. "Wait a second." He quickened his pace, but she was persistent. "Please wait for me," she shouted, her voice urgent. As he reached the door, a crackle of purple energy erupted from the handle. He recoiled, his hand stinging from a deeper, insidious sensation, a warning from his relics. A system message burned in his vision. You detect an ominous aura from the door. The relics that are in your possession will suffer major damage. The amount of allowable usage of your relic will be consumed at a higher rate. His composure broke.
Fuck.
He was trapped. A blur of blonde hair swept past a stunned Julian. Irene Hilton reached him, gripping his lapel firmly. She smiled, but it wasn't friendly.
"Will you please listen to what I have to say?"
The chapter opened with a single word. Why? Spoken by the smiling blonde woman, Irene Hilton. It was followed by a violent grip and the release of purple energy. Seo Johan's vision flooded with system alerts. Warnings screamed that an ominous aura was consuming his relic's capacity, degrading their status and overshadowing all luck. Every roll was now guaranteed to fail. The God of Failure's passive field was an active assault on his power. Nearby, a struggle was underway. A shouted, "Let go of me!" and the sound of an impact. Yet outside, Irene Hilton seemed demure. Clasping her hands, she bowed her head. I'm sorry, she said. I got excited seeing you, so I ended up stepping beyond my boundary. Julian Miller watched Yuhan's frozen form. Hyungnim. Why is he acting like that? Julian muttered. His companion shrugged. How should I know? He's acting like he's seen some sort of ghost or something. An onlooker suddenly realized. I remembered just now, he exclaimed. She's Irene Hilton! I'm sure of it, one voice declared. What? The American woman from the wealthy Hilton family. Another confirmed. He's right. I remember seeing her face on the internet before. Irene cut through the murmurs. You are the one, she said, holding her purple clutch, who was rumored to have won multiple jackpots at the casinos, right? Tae-Joon, sweating, managed a response.
I've been looking everywhere for you.
Her eyes widened.
Hugh, could you please tell me how you were able to accomplish that?
The question made no sense. He decided to deflect.
You got the wrong person.
Tension filled the air. Julian grabbed his arm. Oi, you crazy bastard. Do you not know who that woman is? She's Irene Hilton, he hissed.
And she's going out of her way to reach out to you. And you're going to turn her down.
Oi, are you listening? Stop right there. We'll talk to her and smooth things out. So don't lose this chance, Julian pleaded. Seo-Juhan thought, these dumbasses, they had no idea what they were asking. Ignoring them, he turned. Excuse me? Hey lady, 1 second. He called out to Irene. The moment he engaged, the God of Failure's field asserted its power. Irene stood with a faint red aura. Her men, the blonde bodyguard, the man in the purple shirt, collapsed. One clutched his stomach, another cried for an ambulance. It was instantaneous, non-targeted devastation. In the chaos, a serious warning cut through. Listen carefully. You must stay far away from that woman as possible. Kneeling beside Julian, Juhan instructed,
Once you recover, take shelter somewhere and protect the money bags.
Julian asked, Huh?
Where are you going?
Juhan was already leaving.
The auction house. After I'm done, I'll call for you to bring the money over.
Alone, he muttered. Shh. I was planning to earn a little bit more before the auction. The encounter had changed everything.
It can't be helped now. I can't afford to lose any more before the auction.
His destination was clear. A crowded venue marked by a sign. A coction. He thought, there shouldn't be any reason for that woman to reach out to me. An aggressive shout cut his reflection. Hey, you over there! Stop blocking the path and get out of the way! A man in a dark suit stood guard. This is the entrance for extremely important VIPs. Commoners have to enter from over there. Scram! Seo-Juhan looked up. Recognition flared. Yoon Si-woo, CEO Kwon's right-hand man. He's a lot younger than before, but he still has that unsightly face, he thought. If that bastard is here, then that means he's here as well. A subordinate asked, All right, shall we get going, Mr. President? He saw him. Escorted past was CEO Kwon Tae-Joon, the man who was his executioner in another life. Seo-Juhan's expression hardened. A single thought echoed.
I finally got to see you again.
A bloody memory surged. Let's see if you can eat me then. I'll fucking rip you apart from the inside. The vow echoed. Even if I become a ghost, I'll chase you to the end of hell to fucking kill you. A stern-faced man scanned the crowd. Beside him, a man with glasses sighed. Seo-Juhan smirked. He doesn't recognize me for now, he thought. But I'll take all of the relics that you were trying to get during the auction. The winner will be me this time. Chaos erupted. A woman shrieked about plummeting stocks. A man yelled about lost flight money. Another cried that his phone died. Misfortune was warping finance and tech. A dreadful realization hit him. Wait, don't tell me! She was there. Irene stood before him in the lobby, holding her clutch. Shocked. Holy fuck, she breathed. You followed me to this place? As he tried to leave, she called, Ah, wait a second. He thought, how did she find me amongst all of these people here? Externally, Irene pleaded, tears in her eyes. Oh.
Please listen to what I have to say.
He shouted, there's nothing more I can do. I'm really desperate. Then a sharp impact. Urgh, as if the universe punished him. He had walked into a glass door. Julian rushed over.
Are you okay? You ran into that door pretty hard.
Juhan clutched his face.
Fuck.
He whirled on Julian.
Am I okay? Does this look okay to you?
He snarled.
Stop following me. This is happening because of you.
Irene's voice cut in, bright with insight.
You're right. That's what my problem is.
Tae-Joon stared, bewildered.
What the fuck was that answer just now?
Irene took a deep breath.
I don't know if you will believe what I'm about to say.
She started!
But I seem to cause misfortune to anyone around me.
She looked at him.
That's why I want my luck to be as good as yours. Because I believe that's the only way I can make people around me happy once more.
A visual rupture of purple and blue energy momentarily engulfed a figure. Han listened. The god of failure was confessing like a troubled soul. So why is she being like this? Is she putting on an act? He wondered. Irene pressed forward, holding his hands.
Can you please tell me what I can do to make my luck as good as yours?
She asked.
I'm willing to do whatever it takes. Please tell me.
The 74th auction began. In the sparsely filled hall, the black-haired man leaned towards his blonde companion. It's pretty empty. This was the predictable consequence of his choice. He had allowed Irene Hilton, the god of failure, to attend. Within 3 minutes of her arrival, half the attendees had fled, each struck by sudden misfortune. From the back rows, 2 men watched the thinning crowd. One in a dark suit leaned in. Then that means there's something he definitely wants at this auction. Irene turned to Seo Juhan with a bright smile. Oh my, that item is apparently a royal Russian wine aged for over 100 years. Are you not going to bid for it? Seo Juhan remained calm, arms crossed.
The items that I'm interested in will show up in the latter half of the auction.
Irene merely smiled, and he glanced at her. He watched her closely. This was the god of failure, yet she seemed completely different from his memory. But her demeanor didn't feel like an act. There was a disarming sincerity. She spoke first, hesitant. Sao Juo-on, sweating slightly, confessed.
But I seem to cause misfortune to anyone around me.
The strangest part was that she didn't seem to know about relics. It was possible the relic had attached to her without consent. If so, the original god of failure must have been kind-hearted. Irene's expression softened. That sounds pretty plausible.
Wanted to let you know that I am truly grateful for what you are doing.
Seo Juhan looked confused.
Huh? For what?
She touched her hair, flustered. He gave a dismissive smile.
I feel much better just having someone else to talk to about my problems.
As he spoke, a soft purple spark flickered. System warnings flashed. Because of the increase in the user's mood, the relic's aura is starting to become more intense. The strength of the user's relic has increased explosively.
His good mood is literally a weapon of mass destruction. That is a terrifying power-up.
Irene's face lit up with joy.
What do you mean it's not a big deal? It made me super happy, you know.
Her happiness was a cataclysm. A wave of invisible force erupted. A PAA of distorted reality that sent people tumbling. Seo Jopong grimaced. A man was thrown from his seat. Yeah, he cried, crashing down. Another shouted, is it an earthquake? Irene sat calmly, a glowing orange ring of power around her hand. System alerts screamed. The relic's aura has explosively spread within a 1-kilometer surrounding. Severe misfortune has started to envelop you. The relics in your possession have started to receive critical damage. From his soul, his relic cried out,
Act! I'm breaking apart. What are you doing, Master?
He gritted his teeth.
Do something.
Irene looked around in shock.
Oh my, what just happened?
An observer muttered, What kind of a psychopathic relic is that? Another said, I can't believe the happier the user becomes, the stronger the effects of her relic become as well. Under that divine pressure, something adapted. A notification bloomed. You are being attacked by a god-tier relic. Your tolerance has started to increase. It reached rank E, granting resistance to harmful auras and relic attacks. He realized the trade-off. My tolerance skill is increasing, but if this keeps up, my relics will all break apart. He had to stabilize her. He turned back, voice measured.
Don't get your hopes up. I'll feel bad if we weren't able to come to an agreement with our trade.
She tilted her head. Come to think of it, we haven't even discussed what we will be doing for each other. Besides, just because your luck gets better. Yay, you're right, she conceded, her expression falling. I guess it doesn't guarantee that will happen. As her mood sank, the pressure eased. A soft puck sounded. A system window confirmed. Due to the decrease in the user's mood, the strength of the relic's attack has returned back to its normal state. Seo Yuan let out a shaky breath. A nervous auctioneer tried to regain control. It seems there was a slight shake, but it has settled. The current bid is at $770,000. Any other offers? A new voice cut through. $1 million. A man in a gray jacket shot up. Hey, what are you planning? Seo Juhan didn't turn. She says so.
If you don't like it, then you can raise the bid. I'm still going to outbid you, though.
As Julian Miller moved away, a bald man pointed. They're not in the right state of mind because of the relic's aura. Julian stopped.
Wait.
Seo Jo-hyun leaned closer to Irene. Decisive.
I can use that aura to eliminate the remaining attendees.
Irene looked thoughtful. But hey, there's no need for you to be so sad. It also doesn't state that increasing your luck won't fix your issue with bringing misfortune to others as well, right? He gave a faint smile.
So, let's get down to business. You said you wanted to know how you can improve your luck, right? I'll tell you how you can achieve that.
Her eyes went wide.
Really?
He smirked. It was all manipulation. He placed a hand on her shoulder, a purple device near her. In his mind, the plan was clear. I purposely told Irene Hilton favorable statements to put her into a good mood. I tricked her into believing that I would be able to fix all of her issues immediately. It worked, because she was extremely pleased. Her relic's aura was stronger. The attendees lost all reason and bet on everything, blowing their money on useless items. A gavel struck. He watched, satisfied. I'm glad it worked out. He had gambled with a god's emotions and won. Since everyone blew all their money in the first half, I was able to safely secure all of the relics that I wanted at the second half. Elsewhere, a pair of eyes narrowed. It's probably because his domination trait was high. A voice seethed. Fucking bastard. But the speaker had his own advantage. My knowledge regarding relics exceeded his, because the relics I conceded to CEO Kwon weren't very useful. His pen scratched across a notepad. Let's see. The Code of Hammurabi, Shakespeare's pen, and Marie Antoinette's necklace. He paused. The god-tier relic from the prophecy still hasn't revealed itself. He looked up, frowning. The auction is just about to end as well. Strange. Back at their seats, negotiation continued. So? Are you saying that you will go through with our trade, or not? The man in the black suit asked. The blonde woman sighed. It just feels like you're just beating around the bush. He nodded, his tone final. My apologies. I guess it's time for me to become a little bit more serious then. Let's move to a quieter location. We'll go over the last remaining. The auctioneer's voice boomed, cutting him off. Alrighty, folks. We will now start our surprise event and reveal our final item. It's the mysterious almond sapling that has drawn quite a bit of attention in the press lately. From across the room, a single blue eye widened.
Wait, that's...
The senior casino administrator stared forward, tense and suspicious. The sapling spoke, its voice echoing with irritation.
Qin Shi Huang's elixir plant! You ignorant humans! Raise me properly! Stop feeding me this fake sunlight and bring me under some real sunlight!
A talking plant. A talking, grumpy, ancient elixir plant. Of course.
Seo Johan's hand shot up.
I need to secure that, no matter what.
The administrator's hand rose in defiance, his face angry. Fuck, does that bastard also know that it's an extremely valuable relic? He thought. Knowledge flooded Seo Johan's mind. Emperor Qin Shi Huang had sought the elixir of life. His servants found this almond sapling. In his past life, before he died, this relic was already in CEO Kwon's possession. A painful memory surfaced. His past body was riddled with sickness from deadly relic auras. His survival depended on the fruit this plant produced. He was forced to obey CEO Kwon just to stay alive. Rage burned in his eyes. Fucking bastard. So this was where he got that relic, his hand clenched. This time, I will take it away from you. If that relic falls into that bastard's hands again, then my current life will become a repeat of my past. From the shadows, an amused voice laughed. Ha ha ha! It caught the attention of a few of you, it seems. Well, that's to be expected. The auctioneer made his pitch. The fruit from this tree is known to restore great virility. Confusion rippled. Virility? One man stammered. Another frowned. Seo-Juon flushed with anger and embarrassment.
You ignorant bastard! What do you mean it restores virility? Fuck, it's embarrassing,
he shouted, his hand already raised. All right, the price will start at $200,000. Irene covered her mouth, shocked. He roared over the din.
300 velo skins?
The battle was joined. A scarred man shouted back, $400,000! $500,000! $505,000! Then a cold voice cut through. $800,000! Seo-Juon's eyes widened. Wait, what? Across the room, more hands went up. Fuck. Others are joining in now, he thought, watching a blonde man and a dark-haired woman bid. A figure near the front stood. The man in the suit and blue tie shouted, Huh! Mr. President! A jagged speech bubble filled the air. $10 million! The scarred man slammed a fist. Oh.
Crazy bastard! You're seriously not going to give up, huh?
Another thought, does he know that relic is a god-tier healing relic? The administrator clenched his fist. I don't know how much he knows, but one fact remains. I won't be able to beat him when it comes to money. In their private box, Irene turned to Seo-Juon, businesslike.
Hey, let's begin our trade now.
He met her gaze, smirking.
I promise I'll find a solution to your issue. But in exchange, get me that item over there.
She smiled warmly.
We'll be swapping our needs with each other. How does that sound?
Two men in dark suits sat silently in the auction chairs, one releasing a burdened sigh. At the podium, the strained auctioneer addressed the room. His call for bids was lost. The auction had become a theater of absurd ambition. A tense figure in a black suit shot up, shouting, $100 million. A dark-haired attendee muttered, Holy shit, he's bidding $100 million. That's insane. He internally accepted defeat. The sum was far beyond his budget. The auctioneer announced, the current bid is at $100 million. Any more offers? Irene Hilton smiled and raised her voice.
$150 million.
Beside her, Seo-Juon whispered,
This is the perfect time for substitution.
Shock rippled across the room. A blonde woman gasped, and a man shouted in disbelief. Two men grimaced and sweated, caught completely off guard. The room was a tableau of tension, waiting for the next move. The man in the blue tie erupted. 160 million. An off-panel voice swore, Damn, he's still going at it. Irene smiled and gave a peace sign. $200 million. The man in the blue tie whipped around. What? You weren't bidding earlier, so why are you joining in now? That man was Mr. President. His nervous aide leaned in. I think it's best that we just give it up, Mr. President. Mr. President roared, What did you just say? Seo-Juon, observing with Irene, remarked, The amount of money they have is unfathomable. Elsewhere, the scarred early bidder glared, his ambition thwarted by unmatched wealth. Mr. President shot to his feet and roared,
220 million. I'm not backing out after coming this far.
The bidding war escalated. 300 million. Seo-Juon smirked. They had outbid his betrayer, CEO Kwon, twice. Mr. President was restrained, shouting, Let go of me! How dare you! The final gavel fell. The elixir plant went to Irene Hilton at $500 million. Later, ice clinked in a glass in a private setting. Seo-Juon addressed Irene. $500 million is quite a hefty price even for you, right? He shook his head, smiling. No, the price was something I didn't have to worry too much about. Irene leaned forward. Serious? So, how are you going to resolve my issue? Are you planning to share your luck with me somehow? Or will you be giving me a charm that will raise my luck, such as a rabbit's foot? He said, Actually, there's nothing for me to give you. A question mark hung in the air. Suspicion crossed Irene's face. Then, were you deceiving me? He raised a calming hand. No. Please hear me out till the end. He explained, Your problem isn't fixed by adding or giving things. The way we can fix your issue is by having something extracted from you, Irene repeated. Extracted? He continued. Simply put, you just need to hand over an item that you possess to me. Seo Johan reflected. The only solution is to get rid of the misfortune relic she possesses. But it'll also allow me to gain the misfortune relic. This benefits me the most. He instructed, a weird item that follows you around everywhere you go. You just need to hand that over to me. Your issue will be resolved. Irene was puzzled. An item that follows me around? I don't think I have an item like that. He insisted. That's impossible. Try throwing away all of the items you have on you right now. One of them is bound to be one. Irene shook her head. I did try that before, but nothing ever came back to me, she murmured. Strange. A close-up focused on her collarbone, showing a faint red mark. Seo Juhan leaned forward. Do you have any tattoos that showed up randomly on your body? Irene's eyes flew open with sharp realization. He explained, relics are divided into two categories, expendable relics and possession relics. The tattoos on users' bodies are possession relics. That was why Sasaki Yuka had a tattoo on her arm. You got this tattoo after you started using the Future Guide, right? The Rank S Future Guide required marking its user to track fate. He continued, contrasting standard relics with the exclusive limitless possession relics, monopolized by the powerful after the Great Catastrophe. Irene, holding a purple device, confirmed. All the powerful relics that were monopolized in the past were the possession relics. She offered, I can show you a picture of it. She extended the device. Here. As the device opened, revealing a dark, smoky pattern, Irene recoiled. Wait, isn't that... Seo Juan frowned. Huh? What's wrong? Is there an issue? The traitorous team's rank S+ counter relic was triggered, and it worked exactly as designed. Hammurabi's code stale applied an eye for an eye law, mirroring any hostility back perfectly. After its activation, 3 men recoiled in shock while their overseer watched calmly. The black-haired man declared the code was about imposing order. The 2 thieves in floral shirts just sweated and stuttered. Their new master smirked. Nothing really. I guess you could say I was just testing out this guy's power. He paused.
As long as you bastards don't betray me from now on, nothing bad will happen to you.
It was the first clause of a new contract. A purple system window appeared, stating the code was now monitoring its subjects. A disembodied voice threatened that their bodies would be torn apart. Seo-Juhan held the tablet relic.
You can just perceive it as if you have signed a slave contract with me.
The blonde thief leader exploded. What the fuck? On what conditions? The code stone pillar flashed and vanished. One subordinate thief whispered to the blonde leader to accept the terrible truth. The blonde thief accused him. Are you some kind of psychic? Seo-Juhan watched him expressionlessly. He didn't answer directly. Sure, he said with a slight smile. Also, one thing you guys should know is that the world is soon going to flip over. But you guys will be fine. Do you know why?
It's because you guys are my little slaves.
He softened it a little. The blonde thief conceded, speaking to his men. Although it's a slave contract, it's not a bad deal. I'll even compensate you guys if you do your work properly. They had no choice. Okay, fine, the blonde thief muttered bitterly. One thief asked, what kind of work do we need to do? Seo-Juhan smirked. You'll see soon enough. He hadn't tricked the code. He'd bound them before it could reflect. The next day, in a high-rise hotel room with sacks of soil, the hesitant voice spoke. I know you told us to come here by 9. The 3 thieves stood confused before Seo-Juhan, now in a dark robe. But what's all this, Johan? Why is there a pot in a hotel room? He replied. What are you confused about? This is all part of your work. The blonde thief pointed. Do you see that whiny sapling over there? Your task is to raise and breed that sapling. From its sack, the almond sapling screeched.
How dare you treat me this way?
Seo-Juhan held a metallic mug. It's not going to bite you guys, so hurry and plant it into that pot over there. Also, that tree is worth $500 million. Treat it well. Holy shit! $500 million. The blonde thief gasped, gripping a branch. Behind him, Seo-Juhan sipped his drink. Work began. The floral-shirted thief passed a branch. Good. I'll accept you for now. He observed them. Huh. It seems those guys actually have a high sociability trait. Seo-Juhan struggled with the sapling's main branch as it screeched. Last night, I was able to form a contract with that sapling. The screeching was the sound of a sealed bargain. The blonde thief complained to his companion. But that sapling was so fucking loud that I wasn't able to get any sleep. The elixir plant hated users with high domination and preferred high sociability. Oi, get a shovel. Just use a goddamn shovel, the floral-shirted man ordered. It seems those guys are the perfect nannies. Seo-Juhan watched from a distance. I assigned them with the task of handling that plant, mainly because I didn't want to take care of that thing. But it seems they're actually the ones who are perfectly suited for that task. His phone lit up with an unsaved but familiar number. Isn't this number? He answered calmly. Hello, he thought.
Even though I don't have this number saved, it's a number I'm all too familiar with.
The caller confirmed his identity. Are you Seo-Juhan?
I am TKBM CEO, Kwon Tae-Joon.
Kwon Tae-Joon, his former father figure and betrayer, was on the phone. He realized, this is that geezer's personal phone number. If he is calling my number, it means he's already started investigating me. Kwon Tae-Joon's expression hardened. I'll get straight to the point. I heard you were the one who took that almond sapling from Irene Hilton. Seo-Juhan thought, fucking bastard, he's fast. But his voice was measured. I want to have a small talk with you regarding that matter. Kwon Tae-Joon dismissed him. If it's about the almond sapling, then I don't have anything much to say to you.
Since I'm busy, I'll be ending the call, Mr. Kwon Tae-Joon.
The line went dead. The man known as Mr. President watched his aide in a black suit rage. You arrogant little shit! The aide slammed his phone. Mr. President asked nervously, What seems to be the issue, Mr. President? Did the talk not go over so well? Just ended the call. That fucking bastard. The aide slammed his phone down with a crack. A third man gasped, He just ended the call! What a rude bastard! He must have not realized you were, Mr. President. Mr. President turned slightly as his subordinate seethed. The aide shouted, What ignorance! You even told him you were the CEO of TKBM as well. A cooler voice cut in. Even though he's an ignorant bastard, he still has that almond sapling relic with him. The aide admitted, Out of all the relics I've seen so far, that relic had the strongest aura by far. I knew I should have done everything I could to obtain that relic last night. He turned on his superior. If it wasn't for your meddling, I would have fought till the end. Another subordinate, in a blue suit, knelt begging, Please forgive me, sir. The angry aide waved him off. Oh, come on. How is it my fault? I just did what was best for that situation. As the kneeling man got up, he thought, I guess I'll need to resolve this issue somehow. Actually, this could be the perfect chance for me to earn even more recognition from Mr. President as well. The man in glasses stepped forward. Then I will take full responsibility for this situation and do whatever I can to secure that sapling, sir. Would it be all right if I can dirty my hands a bit if it means that I can obtain that relic from him? He adjusted his glasses confidently. He's just a commoner, so it won't be that hard of a task. Please grant me permission to use some of the relics within our company's storage, sir. Back in the hotel, one thief stammered. The person you just talked to right now was Tae-Joon from the TKBM company? How the hell does that person know who you are? Another added, But Yuoen just hung up on him as well. Nim. The blonde thief Nim yelled at Seo Joo-hyun. Holy fuck, you ignorant bastard. Do you not keep up with the news? He's our country's most powerful and influential being. Seo Joo-hyun sighed.
How noisy.
The golden axe appeared in his hand, aimed at the shouting man.
You're being awfully rude to your boss. Do you want me to chop you in half with this axe?
The blonde thief surrendered. No, I was just trying to... The axe vanished. Seo Kero, he was calm again. I'm going to head out for a bit. Keep maintaining that sapling. Make sure to take a daily picture record of how the sapling is doing. He paused at the door. If you try to pull some dumb shit again, you know what will happen to you, right? The warning hung in the air. Walking down the hall, Seo Jo-hyun thought, Damn it, I know. CEO Kwon is the type of person who will do whatever he can to get his hands on something he set his eyes on. He's soon going to track down my whereabouts and probably try to ambush me. If I want to keep the elixir plant safe... He gripped the silver axe. It hummed with directional intent. Then I'll have to mess with his pursuit. Since the silver axe is reacting right now, it means he's already started his pursuit. He led a calculated path through the city, and in the end, I eventually came across. He held a cup, looking out. A flicker of movement caught his eye. Down on the street, a man was on the phone. Seung-Woo. He's working alone. Frustration crept into his voice. It seems they're still looking down on me. He paused. Wait. From above, Seo Johan sensed a faint signature. A purple wisp of aura curled around his arm. He spoke into his phone, so he has a relic with him. Although the aura is faint, I can still sense it. He ended the call and smirked. If that's the case, a counter-strategy formed. Seung-Woo's frustration grew. Outside a bar at dusk, he shouted into his phone, How many times is this? He berated the caller. You on that, huh? How hard is it for you to track one person? If you continue to keep this up, then you won't be getting any compensation, got it? He continued his tirade agitated. Unbeknownst to him, Seo Johan stood silently in the shadows, observing every word. Seung-Woo entered the bar. The blonde bartender pointed past him. There he is. At the counter sat Tae-Joon holding a glass. Seung-Woo approached politely. Excuse me, are you Tae-Joon by any chance? Internally, he thought. He took the bait. What a dumbass. Seo-Hyu turned slowly. Seung-Woo saw alarm on his target's face. He was confident. He doesn't even realize he's caught in my trap. But Seo-Hyu-Siwoo's gaze was sharp and calculating, as if he'd expected this.
And here's the moment where the hunter realizes he's the one in the cage.
The voice repeated, Excuse me, Mr. Seo-Joon? Seo-Joon's jaw tightened, sweat on his temple. Somewhere, a hand slammed down with a cracking sound. Siwoo's facade shattered. He leaned in, shouting at the man, ignoring him with a drink. Hey, are your ears deaf? If someone is talking to you, then you should at least respond. Seo-Joon lowered his cup. His eyes were sharp and glacial, fixed on Siwoo. The bartender flinched as a heavy impact sound echoed. Siwoo was thrown backward with a cry. He crashed to the floor. Seo-Joon stood calmly where he had been seated. Now standing over him, Seo-Joon spoke with contempt. Where the fuck did you learn your manners from? You dare to scream in someone's face the moment you see them?
If you have business with me, then you should be asking politely.
Siwoo pushed himself up, body aching, pinkish purple energy. His relic's aura swirled around his arm, his face twisted with rage. You're the one who first started this shit. You fucking asshole. The power within him surged. A man in a suit and glasses recoiled, clutching his arm and erupting in rage. Elsewhere, Seo-Joon smirked, his voice laced with quiet resolve. The scene was a bar. He faced the agitated man in the blue suit and glasses. So I'll listen to what you have to say. Go ahead, speak. The other man could only stutter an insult. The man in glasses conceded, mentioning their meeting at the Midas auction and stating this matter concerned that encounter. His claim was met with dismissive denial. Stop messing around. I know you saw me, he shouted. The confrontation escalated. Another man in a black suit reacted with raw shock and fury. But his outburst played into a trap. An observer noted his temper had flared, degrading his control over his relics. This was his fundamental weakness. The man in glasses explained his assessment. Siwoo has always been prone to sway easily to the words of others. Although he acts big on the outside, he has a huge inferiority complex held within him. He continued, outlining how Yoon's failures led to his disownment, and how Tae-Joon gave him a place. He may be working hard underneath that old geezer, but that's because he's just trying to gain more approval. He has never once bent his knee for anyone else in his entire life. The principle was clear. Poke at Siwoo's complex, and he would lose control. A warning about this was cut off by his impatient target. Driven to his breaking point, he vowed not to let it slide. He aimed a floral-patterned relic at Seo-Joon, declaring he would turn him into a slave and kill him. Seo-Joon simply looked back, mildly surprised. Relic control was highly dependent on the user's condition. The enraged man lunged, shouting for Seo-Joon to stop, but the latter remained perfectly calm. Seo-Joon's internal monologue connected the dots. He recalled Kwon Tae-Joon's earlier call.
See, I really need that virility plant. What do you suppose I should do?
The man in glasses accused him of spouting nonsense, receiving a calm refusal. All I'm saying is that I won't be able to hand over that plant that easily. Seo-Joon offered a humiliating condition. He claimed the almond sapling was a gift and would consider handing it over if he was asked politely. The man in glasses could only stutter a furious retort. Swallowing his pride, the man complied with a deep bow. Now, could you kindly please hand over that plant? It is an important item for us. But internally, the man seethed, promising vengeance the moment he gained the sapling. Seo-Joon's expression shifted to pure mockery.
You seriously believed me?
He shattered the negotiation entirely. He goaded the man, remarking how amusing he was. The man in glasses, enraged, flung a small object across the bar. "I knew it! I should have just done this from the beginning!" he roared, lunging with a glowing yellow whip-like relic. "I'll turn you into my slave and fucking kill you!" A voice from the side expressed disbelief. "Ah, you're actually going to use that?" The attack never landed. He was instantly trapped in a swirling golden vortex. From outside, Seo-Juhan warned,
"It's probably best that you don't."
Trapped and desperate, he produced a small vial containing an amber liquid. Before he could use it, a hand struck from behind. "Huh? Why isn't this working?" he cried out in confusion. Another blow followed.
"Didn't I warn you already?"
The attack elicited a pained cry as his nose took the impact. A system notification confirmed the victory. The opponent's temperament has drastically fallen. The opponent's control over the relics has gone from rank A down to rank D. Stunned on the floor, the man shouted in shock. "What the hell? You know about the relics?" From above, the answer was simple. "Of course I do." Seo-Juhan turned his attention to the dropped vial. He reached for it.
"I'll be taking this now."
A panicked protest was ignored. He examined the container.
"So, you're a possession-type relic. Your new master is me now."
An ancient, curious voice seemed to emanate from the relic.
"The strength of your control is not bad. I'll be in your care then."
The relic acquiesced. Seo-Juhan calmly poured the vial's contents onto the prostrate man, who screamed. He explained, "The name of this relic is the Voodoo Priest's Zombie Powder."
"Hanging the symbol Luston Pace. It is that kind of around. It also has an amazing ability."
A brief history unfolded, speaking of voodooism's origins and a core belief. Those guilty of sins would be turned into zombies. This belief forged the relic. Its effect was immediate. If you touch or inhale this powder, you temporarily lose your consciousness and become a mindless zombie, Seo-Juhan stated, looking down at the now vacant-eyed man.
"Getting used by your own relic serves you right."
With the threat neutralized, Seo-Juhan assessed the broader picture. Now, this should slow down CEO Kwon's efforts in trying to pursue after me, he thought, watching as the blonde thief leader restrained another attacker. I should hurry and pack my things while I have some time. It was time to leave. Cut to a corporate setting. Mr. President, furious, stood before a barred cell. "Go!"
Is this your person?
he asked the man inside. Inside the cell, the man in glasses, now stripped of his jacket, exhaled a long, strained breath of defeat. The prisoner turned away. Mr. President's gaze shifted to the blonde-haired man, Seo-Juhan's bound subordinate, who watched with crossed arms. The scene shifted. The president's aide pointed to a man hanging upside down, bound. "Hey, I asked if this was your person." Two nervous subordinates confirmed it was their department leader, Yoon-Si-woo. A news report detailed the scandal. A Korean man staged a naked, disruptive strip show in downtown Las Vegas, harassing bystanders before arrest. Police speculated about drug use. The image was Yoon-Si-woo. Back in his office, Mr. President read the news, his rage boiling over. "This fucking dumbass," he roared. His aide delivered the grim update. The authorities weren't letting it go. Yoon was still not in his right mind, and the scandal had spread internationally. They had to comply. "My name has been dragged through the mud since it was associated with this scandal," Mr. President shouted. "How dare he bring such shame to my name?" He issued a command.
"Go and recover the relic that bastard was using this instant!"
His aide began a hesitant reply. "Well, you see, sir, when Yoon was discovered, he had nothing on him. All his belongings, including the relic, had been confiscated or stolen." Mr. President cut it off. "No, there's no need. It's obvious the person who turned Yoon-Si-woo into that state took his relic." His subordinate gasped. This wasn't an accident. Yoon had been deliberately incapacitated by someone highly proficient with relics. The question hung in the air. Who? The aide voiced the suspicion. It's definitely that bastard Seo-Johan. He speculated about possible backing or exceptional skill. The man who had been trapped, now freed but bearing failure, spoke calmly.
Send my lawyer, Lee Jin-ah.
From off-panel, Mr. President dismissed him. In the end, he's just a bratty little kid. Mr. President smirked. Little kid.
He'll quiet down if he's given some sweet candy to suck on.
He saw a nuisance to be pacified. The scene transitioned to the tarmac of Las Vegas McCarran International Airport. The blonde thief leader broke the silence. Oi, Juhan, what's with all this new shit? His master corrected him.
I thought I told you to call me Hanim.
The thief, remembering the binding contract, instantly complied. So Johan handed him a flask with a yellowish liquid. Make sure you don't lose any of it. Those are going to be our funding from now on. The thief looked skeptically. It doesn't even look that valuable, though. Seo Juhan noted, internally, the surprising concentration of relic auras at the airport. His mind turned to logistics. Now, I just need to take them all back safely to Korea. The first item was the Egyptian funeral knife. The list continued. The gold and silver axes, the escape rope, and Muramasa. From the Midas auction, the Code of Hammurabi, Shakespeare's pen, and Marie Antoinette's necklace. And finally, the crown jewel, Emperor Qin's elixir plant, the almond sapling. To that, he could now add the zombie powder confiscated from Yoon Siwoo. There were other useful items from Yoon, like foxtail millet and Homer's glasses. This is more than enough funding for my relic excavations, Seo Jo Hyun concluded. I'll be able to rake in even more relics from now on. A woman in a sharp black suit approached.
You are Seo Joo-hoon, correct? I am TKBM's exclusive lawyer, Lee Jin.
Seo Joo-hoon identified her. There she is. She's CEO Kwon's second henchman. At the airport, Lee Jin-ah, TKBM's top lawyer, found Seo Joo-hoon. She offered him a contract, a slave contract bound by the Hammurabi's Code Stele's irreversible master-subject hierarchy. Her offer was $100 million down, plus a yearly salary, promising a normal life with only his work tied to TKBM. He took a sip of his drink. He looked at her, smirking, and delivered his verdict. Lee Jin Chinkala advised him to choose his words carefully, then pardoned his impertinence as youthful naivety. Her mask slipped. She leaned in, her voice a menacing whisper, detailing the consequences of crossing CEO Kwon Tae-Joon. Seo Joo-hoon smiled, mocking her for showing her true colors. He reframed her speech as an ultimatum. Work for them or die. Then he offered his own advice. He adjusted his sleeve, his voice calm but final. The conversation was over. In his hand appeared a vial of voodoo priest's zombie powder. Lee Jin-ah's composure cracked. She knew the relic. He saw her calculating and smirked. He understood her confidence was tied to their world's secrecy, which he ignored. He inserted the vial into a device. Vapor hissed. Her eyes widened. Elsewhere, the blonde thief leader and others, waiting with the sentient almond sapling, heard a crash from the cafe. The man in the floral shirt said the sound came from where their master was. Back at the cafe, Lee Jin-ah was on the floor, a glowing yellow object in her hand, sparking as she fought the powder's effects. She screamed at him in fury and disbelief. He shrugged. Their hidden world's rules meant nothing to him. He turned to the two thieves filming the encounter and gave them a thumbs up. He ordered them to upload the footage. The lawyer, struggling, cursed him. He observed her resistance. Her consciousness meant formidable relic control. He warned the next attack wouldn't be easy to deflect. Lee Jin-ah threw a small red object into the air. It erupted into a pressurized water cannon aimed at him. He stood his ground, letting out an impressed breath. He countered. A massive stone stele materialized behind him. The Code of Hammurabi, its glyphs glowing blue. Its power was absolute reciprocity. He spoke a command, and the stele reflected the water cannon's force back at her as concentrated blue energy. The energy struck her, sending her sprawling. She gasped, recognizing the ancient power. He didn't stop, A large, ornate silver axe appeared in his other hand. Humming with pursuit detection, he raised it high. The blonde thief leader arrived, his face pale. Seo Johan glanced at him, expression calm. He looked back at the kneeling, drenched lawyer. His voice was devoid of mercy. The silver axe came down, not on her, but on her glowing relic. Outside, chaos erupted. Security reported a naked woman harassing bystanders near a cafe. A man with slicked-back hair watched a monitor, enraged. He knew who was responsible. Back in the cafe, Seo Joo-hyun picked up the shattered remains of Lee Jin-ah's relic, a small black rectangle. He was genuinely surprised. He turned it over, musing to the blonde thief leader. What ability it once held. A system window identified it as Paris Montmartre Painter's Ink, a rank B, degradable consumable with half its uses left. A thief asked what they should do. Before you could answer, a voice spoke in his mind. The same one from the airport relic aura concentration. It was urgent. He looked around, but his companions saw him staring into space. He addressed the unseen entity. The voice grew insistent. His frustration from returning to the past boiled over. He yelled at the force that upended his life. He swung his arm in frustration. The relic's voice warned him of regret. He scoffed. A calm voice spoke from the entrance. A man in an impeccable suit and blue tie stood there, smiling faintly. It was Mr. President. He stepped forward, locking eyes with Seo Joo-hyun and speaking his name as confirmation. Seo Joo-hyun smirked, not denying it. The blonde thief leader panicked, whispering urgently. Kwon Tae-Joon introduced himself to the thieves with chilling politeness, ignoring the wreckage. The blonde man tried to stammer a greeting, but was cut off by a sudden, invisible pressure. Seo Joo-hyun felt it too, a paralyzing force locking his muscles. He strained against it, trembling. Rage burned in his eyes. He knew who was doing this. Sinister purple-black energy coalesced around them, crackling. Mr. President watched, his expression cold fury. The swirling energy was his. There was a sharp, metallic sound. A blade was drawn. In a blur, the dark-haired thief was behind Kwon Tae-Joon, a knife to his throat. The pressure vanished. The man spoke, his voice a low murmur in Kwon Tae-Joon's ear. Kwon Tae-Joon, with a fresh cut near his eye, gritted his teeth in understanding. The blond man realized this was the same power that incapacitated Yoon Si-woo and Lee Jin-ah. The other thieves gasped as the immobilizing effect lifted. Mr. President wasn't looking at the knife. He looked past it at the man holding it, smiling with genuine intrigue. Seo-Joo-hyun's smirk held. He applied slight pressure with the blade. Mr. President chuckled thoughtfully, speaking of a future he had foreseen. He explained he used a relic called the Future Guide for prophecies, and had no intention of letting that future pass. He reached forward, the air fractured, purple energy spiderwebbing through reality. His voice was calm and chilling. The energy flared as an attack on the space around them, at the fabric of the location. The purple wave engulfed the thieves. They cried out, feeling their existence fray. Through the energy, Seo Joo-hyun simply smiled. Mr. President's confidence faltered. The energy should have sent them to another dimension, but they remained. He stared, sweating. Seo Joo-hyun, still holding the knife, raised his other hand. In it were several dark, rectangular cards, fanned out casually. Mr. President's eyes went wide. They were the activation keys for his dimensional displacement relic, the ones that should have been in his pocket. Seo Joo-hyun leaned in, the knife a promise. His final words were a statement of fact. The peak wasn't a clash of power, but a masterful theft that rendered the enemy's ultimate weapon useless.
He didn't just beat him in a fight, he pickpocketed the win right out of his pocket. That's cold.
After the standoff, the system quietly acknowledged Seo Joo-hyun. His pickpocketing skill, honed by stealing keys from a prophet, ascended to rank D, unlocking a title and a sharper ability. A voice only he could hear prompted him. The system labeled him Tomb Raider. He wiped sweat from his brow and addressed it directly.
You're still going to keep up this whole game charade, Crow,
he muttered wearily.
Alright, whatever. Just inspect this relic stats for me.
A system window materialized, displaying the confiscated relic. The Lonely God's Invitation, a train ticket styled Divine Rank SS relic. It was usable and still had 43 of its 50 potential uses. Seo-Johan examined the ticket marked with enigmatic names and gates. It's a god-tier relic, he admitted, frustrated. My domination control is still a little too low for this relic for now. Damn, I really wanted to send that geezer to a different dimension. But the moment was over. Kwon Tae-Joon, the disarmed Mr. President, was not finished. Purple-black energy fractured the air with a sound like shattering glass.
"Oh, you're still willing to put up a fight?"
He asked condescendingly.
"You made a big mistake if you think that's the only relic I had on me."
He says, moments after having his ultimate weapon stolen. Talk about confidence.
The dark-haired thief in the red jacket snapped his head around, sensing the shift. The two thieves suddenly strained, bodies bowing under immense invisible pressure. Kwon Tae-Joon always carried multiple powerful relics. One of his strongest was the Conqueror's Relic. This parasitic relic could seize control of a person's mind, demanding absolute obedience. Like Irene Holton's, it resided within Kwon Tae-Joon's body. A flash of memory showed two figures kneeling before a man wreathed in purple energy. Seo-Johan had never uncovered its exact details. The old man kept a tight lip. He only knew it was internal. He considered the direct approach. I could try and chop off his arms and legs to gain more information. But he dismissed it. But that's something I can't do, since that bastard also has an armor-type relic. Kwon Tae-Joon laughed. What's wrong? Are you scared now? He mocked, the energy intensifying. I haven't even fully activated the relic. Seo-Joon analyzed the threat. Kwon-Bor's body was an impregnable fortress, but the Conqueror's Relic, associated with consciousness, became extremely loud and chaotic once activated. What's going on? The blonde thief leader shouted, lost as the pressure mounted. A warning thought flashed through the air, likely from the sentient zombie powder. If he starts to wield that relic, this whole place will fall into a chaotic mess. Seo-Johan seized on it as a shield. He offered a tense, sweating smile.
What's with all the commotion? I thought you didn't want the existence of the relics to be known, right?
Kwon-Bor's response was chilling. Crackling energy coalesced in his palm. Ah!
It just means I'll have a few more people to deal with afterwards.
The energy built into a corona of purple-black violence.
But I have deemed that you will be more of an issue for me if I were to let you live.
His command rang out.
Now it's time for you to quietly obey me.
But before it could take hold, a third, non-human voice manifested as ink-splattered words in the air.
Foolish humans, cease your actions at once.
And here come the local wildlife.
Kwon Tae-Joon's head jerked up in shock. Seo-Johan watched him intently from above. A large winged creature hovered, backlit by an unearthly glow.
This is a dangerous place where the vicious jackal dogs lay asleep. If you do not seize your powers, they will awaken from their slumber.
The creature's glowing blue eyes fixed on Kwon.
A relic. Your aura gives off a powerful vibe. You must be a high-ranking relic.
Dark, feathered wings edged with blue energy filled the space. Jackal dogs, someone muttered. Seo-Johan's future knowledge made the connection. Are there any tales that pertain to jackal dogs?
Wait, could it be about the god of death, Anubis from the Egyptian mythology? Does that mean this place is a tomb that contains the Anubis relic?
From the side, Kwon Tae-Joon responded with a sneer. Wonderful indeed. Ignoring the warning, Kwon unleashed gathered energy in a torrent of purple-white lightning at the creature.
After I'm finished with you, I'll take that relic for myself.
He roared. Seo-Johan thought one thing as the blast filled the room. You are quite foolish. The word hung in the air. Foolish. The ground heaved. It's an earthquake. The blonde thief screamed. The dark-haired thief cried out. Cut off. What the hell is this? A man in a suit shouted. Seo-Johan was engulfed in a surge of purple distortion.
This
is?
He gasped, straining against the invasive force. A system warning flashed. An abnormal amount of deadly Egyptian auras are trying to enter your body. A terrifying fact was stated. Abnormal amounts of powerful relics that could cause an apocalypse had started to emerge. Seo Johan looked out a window. Instead of Las Vegas, he saw fire, smoke, and ruptured earth. The memory of a future crashed in. Ah, fuck. It's the great catastrophe, he breathed. The scene that I witnessed was most definitely the great catastrophe. He stood frozen, watching the world change. Outside, McCarran Airport was being ripped apart. Ancient Egyptian structures erupted violently. Stone pillars, hieroglyphic walls, and the silhouette of a pyramid forced their way into reality. It was the tomb of the Anubis relic. The scale was incomprehensible. The airport, the world was turning into a giant tomb. Modern architecture fused with sand-blasted pyramids. A colossal stone sphinx sat where runways once were. This was the great catastrophe. Giant tombs appearing, affecting the whole world. The iconic Las Vegas sign stood tilted amid ruins. Tokyo burned. In Seoul, a volcano erupted behind skyscrapers, lightning cracking the crimson sky. Everywhere, the familiar was consumed by the ancient and malicious. A global notification, glowing with ominous purple light, made it official. The malicious Egyptian tombs have started to appear all over the world. A laugh echoed from the chaos. So it began. Back inside, Seo Johan wrestled with the immediate implication. Sweat beaded on his temple. What should I do now? The blonde thief leader's panic brought him back. Johan! What the hell is going on right now? He yelled. Another voice stated the obvious. That we're all trapped inside of a dangerous tomb. Seo Johan pointed toward Kwon Tae-Joon.
See, this all happened since that senile geezer over there wouldn't stop showing off his powers.
The blonde thief was aghast. This never happened when I used my relics before? What do you mean we're trapped? How do we escape it then? Seo Johan began to explain, his voice cutting through the crumbling ceiling.
Well, if we want to leave this place, since it's a tomb, we just need to clear this tomb. After we clear it, it should disappear.
The blonde thief repeated, dumbfounded. Clear? So Johan finished grimly.
The problem is, clearing this tomb isn't going to be an easy task.
He turned, ready to move. In any case, it's a good thing that we're starting at the core of the tomb. Just follow me. Let's go meet the supposed master of this tomb. The blonde thief stammered his reluctant agreement. They did not take a step. Kwon Tae-Joon's voice halted them. Cold and final, purple-black energy crackled. Ah!
Hold it! I never stated that you guys can just leave without my permission.
The energy around him swelled, unstable and threatening. Seo Johan faced him, composure thin.
You're still going to act like that in this situation. Isn't it common?
Kwon cut him off, his face a mask of strained rage.
Common sense for us to figure out a way to defeat this tomb first. I can think about that after I kill you guys.
A smug smile played on Kwon's lips.
Besides, it also means that I can take this tomb's relic for myself as well.
Seo Johan watched him, sweating. What an arrogant bastard. But I guess it's not an unfounded confidence. His own resolve hardened. Curse this geezer. I'm going to do whatever it takes to leave this place alive. Kwon's clenched fist shot forward, surrounded by a radial burst of purple force.
Now, obey me!
The Conqueror's relic asserted its will not on Seo Johan, but on the dark-haired thief. A tremendous impact threw the young man backwards, scattering debris. Straining mid-recoil, the dark-haired thief gritted out defiance. As always, you're too impatient. You old geezer. Kwon looked down, purple glyphs descending.
Your speech is still quite vulgar, it seems.
He loomed over the now kneeling figure.
That's not the way you should address to someone who is now your master.
The strained figure could only cry out, ugh! under the crushing pressure. The pressure did not discriminate. The blonde thief leader was flattened against the floor.
Ugh! We're being flattened to death! Shh! Shh! Oh, now we going to die?
He screamed. Kwon observed, a bead of sweat betraying his focus. Right now, usually by now, most people would lose their consciousness. Somewhere, unseen observers reacted. A realization passed between them. He was right. Those crude humans have the potential to dominate us. In another part of the tomb, a suited man confronted 4 strangers on the floor. "Who the hell are you guys?" he demanded. The response came from a bizarre, rabbit-like creature with sharp teeth and long ribbons. "That's my line. Who the hell are you guys causing a scene in our domain?" Back with the main group, the crushing pressure suddenly vanished. "Seo Johan straightened. I'm freed," he announced, his mind racing. It must be because of those bastards that the Conqueror's relic isn't working properly. His eye narrowed, focusing on something in the middle distance. That's... What he saw answered every question. A masked, canine-headed entity with multiple tails and golden ribbons emerged, heralding a god-tier relic. A human form was flung through the air. Seo Juaman identified it with dread.
That's definitely set. A god-tier relic. Out of all the things that could appear before us, it had to be that bastard. 3 god-tier doggos in one room? That's not a tomb. That's a supermax kennel.
In Egyptian mythology, Set was one of the 9 major gods, the god of desert, darkness, chaos, and evil. His relic was extremely violent and malicious. From the gathering entities, a conversation of lethal intent began. Being dominated by a human is unthinkable. We must get rid of them. Another voice affirmed it. Of course. "We will mercilessly destroy these measly humans," a voice promised. The blonde thief gasped. Another one appeared. Su Juhan started to correct him. Wait, that's not... It was too late. A second entity materialized. A black jackal-headed hound with red eyes and severe gold markings. An observer identified it with shock. 2! That black Doberman-like hound must be Anubis. The knowledge expanded. The first entity's necklace must be Osiris, symbolized by the crook and flail. Osiris was the god of fertility and the afterlife. Anubis was the god of death and tombs. They were 2 sides of the same divine coin. Seo Johan processed the catastrophic lineup. On top of all that, there's also Set. I can't believe all 3 god-tier relics showed up here. It connected to his past life memories. No wonder my previous life was filled with unending amounts of tombs. Above, the entities conferred. The jackal-headed one, likely Anubis, asked,
What trials should we assign them in order for us to enjoy our time killing them?
The white canine, Set, responded,
I'm not sure yet.
The humans watched as 2 of their own hung suspended and motionless from the ceiling. Set's patience snapped.
Fuck that shit. There's no reason for us to be granting them a trial.
The black canine, Osiris, chided him calmly.
Have some dignity, Set.
From the human side, Kwon watched with a smirk.
Dignity, my ass. I'm already pissed for having to share the same space as these measly humans.
He found dark amusement.
Well, this is interesting.
In the hostile aura of the 3 god-tier relics, a subtle change occurred in Seo Juhan. Multiple system messages flickered. Due to the malicious relic's aura, your immunity has started to increase. An off-panel voice voiced their predicament.
I don't think those dog bastards are planning to let us live.
Another voice reacted with pure shock. The great catastrophe had begun, and the battle for survival within the tomb of the gods was just starting. Chaos erupted inside the new Egyptian tomb. A man in a red jacket coughed blood, pink energy swirling as he screamed. A calm figure noted that without the immunity skill, the body would be ruined by the malicious aura. Seo Juhan felt it. A purple-pink energy invaded every cell, making him cry out. Amid the confusion, a group hauled a restrained blonde man away, ignoring a bleeding man's curses. But Seo Juan stood calmly amid the lethal particles. He smirked and taunted an unseen observer, prompting a furious internal question. Why was he perfectly fine? High above, the awakened deities observed. Anubis wondered if they'd been too lenient. Osiris rebuked him.
Do your job properly.
Elsewhere, a hand clenched a dark object. A voice muttered, "Wait a second. That bastard smells familiar." The two jackal-headed relics descended, floating before Seo-Johan. One mocked.
What do you plan to do with that? That relic's rank is far inferior to our ranks.
Okay, classic villain mistake. Monologuing instead of attacking.
The second entity leaned in, its purple eyes malicious.
We will make you regret looking down on us, human.
A violent red energy blast tore through an insectoid guardian elsewhere. A calm, retaliatory voice cut through. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Let them taste their own medicine. So Jo-hyun didn't wait. He raised his arms, triggering a blue and red energy burst from the column. The relic's laughter turned to screams. Just how is that possible? A cool voice stated, "That's what happens when you only look at the rank and let your guard down." Seo-Johan stood firm, blue lightning crackling from his hand. Anubis, recovering, assessed the situation. "It seems we need to use something other than just our auras. Let us use your skills and attack him." But Anubis refused violently. "I refuse. If we use our skills, our lifespan will decrease." Another voice interjected. "Also, I'm sure now. The smell from earlier is definitely the crow's scent. I can smell that crow off that bastard over there." "Crow, the traitor that helps humans? But that's impossible. That bastard has been sealed away." Anubis turned provocatively.
Did your nose finally go crazy?
Osiris lunged, snarling.
How dare you? My nose is perfectly fine. Are you picking a fight with me now?
And the divine roommates are already at each other's throats. Some things are universal.
Watching the strife, Seo-Johan realized why the god-tier relics hadn't turned on each other immediately. Set and Osiris were together, making conflict inevitable. In Egyptian myth, Set was jealous and killed Osiris. The story influenced how the relics interacted. As the relics fought, Seo-Johan calculated. This was favorable. He needed to attack while they were distracted. A third, calmer voice cut through. I believe that human is plotting something. Can you two please regain your senses and focus on our task?" Anubis, with a fresh red mark, clicked his tongue.
I guess I'll need to take care of this issue by myself.
Seo-Johan met his gaze, a faint blue aura shimmering.
"Seems you're the only one with some senses. I'll beat your ass first, then."
Anubis sneered.
What an arrogant bastard.
Strain on his face, Seo-Johan issued his final challenge.
Fine. Then let's see if you can survive this.
An overwhelming force threw Seo-Johan violently backward. All he could manage was a shocked, huh? He fell headfirst through a gray void. Ack! What the hell is this now? Anubis's voice boomed.
Someone like you will never be able to pass my trial.
Seo-Johan's eyes widened. A trial? So this is some sort of trial then? He landed hard on a solid metallic surface. Ouch, my back. His feet were on a large circular plate, suspended by chains. A scale? The structure groaned. Anubis confirmed it.
That's correct. This is the scale of judgment. I will now start my judgment upon you.
Seo-Johan realized. So this is his ultimate trump card. He meant Kwon Tae-Joon. He determined, if I pass this trial, that bastard will be mine. Anubis explained the shift.
Since his aura attack didn't have any effect on me, he resorted to this method. But this just created an opportunity for me to take him into my possession.
Seo-Johan recalled a conversation from his past life. The original user of Anubis said the relic would ask a series of questions, and all you needed was to answer each one with a no. That user hadn't remembered all questions, but said they were easy. If easy for a child, then no worry. 5 hooded spectral figures materialized. A voice intoned, "Good. All the juries have gathered. I will now ask you 42 questions." Anubis declared, "If you answer no to all questions, you pass. If you lie, the monster in darkness will read your guilty heart and eat you." Seo-Juhan realized it was exactly as he'd been told. The trial began.
Here's the first question. Have you ever committed an act of theft?
Seo-Juhan's eyes widened in alarm.
Well, wait a second. I'm still thinking about your question.
He protested.
Then you can listen to the second question. Have you ever lied before?
Sweat poured down his face. He cursed internally. Fuck! I did a lot of that as well.
Have you ever coveted someone else's wealth?
Seo-Juhan gritted his teeth. Fuck. I see how it is. It wasn't because the questions were easy that a child passed. Anubis revealed cruelly, "It's because that kid didn't live long enough to commit all these sins. I bet you were wondering. I don't think I will be able to reply no to at least one out of these 42 questions. Am I correct?" A dark weight pressed down. A narrative judgment box appeared. As expected of a human, being riddled with sins, he grunted in pain. Anubis delivered the verdict.
Your heart is heavier than iron. Stay in hell where you belong.
A jackal dog snarled, jaws open. The jackal lunged. Seo-Juhan panicked.
Ah! What the fuck is that shit? Just give me a second. Wait.
There was no more time. A single thought echoed. I fucked up. The scale vanished. He fell again down a vertical shaft. Above, a giant dark hand and 2 sets of toothed jaws were ready to consume him. A monstrous gulp filled the air. Fuck! He screamed. I'm falling again! He struck the ground of a deeper tomb level, cracking the stone and landing among the bones of previous failures. Urgh! He groaned face down. That fucking hurt. He pushed himself up, eyes snapping wide. A sharp chattering sound, ki-ki-ki-ki, reached his ears. Exhausted, Seo-Juhan rose. Are you serious? I don't even get a moment to rest. 4 tall, emaciated figures with glowing red eyes emerged, their eerie clicking laughter filling the chamber. He gripped the longest femur bone from the skeletal debris. He hefted the macabre weapon. All right, you fucks, come at me. I don't care if you all attack me at once, he roared as the shadowy figures closed in. They obliged. A massive clawed limb slashed down with a terrifying tear.
I'll fucking kill you all!
Seo-Juhan screamed, meeting the assault head-on. The fight was a blur of motion and shrieks. But a skull-faced entity lunged past his guard. Impact sounded. Seo-Juhan cursed.
Shit.
Driven back and pinned under rubble, a voice stated the obvious. There's too many of them. Urgh! He strained, gripping his broken bone weapon to hold back a skeletal monster. More piled on, crushing him into the sand. He held a white rod as a last barrier, a choked grunt escaping. In close-up, sweat and desperation on his face, Seo-Juhan asked, "Is this the end?" The skeletal figures gripped his arms. Am I really going to die again? He thought fearfully. A new, smooth voice spoke.
You look like you are in need of some help, human. You are quite foolish indeed.
At that moment, a luminous golden obelisk erupted with light. The explosive boom echoed. 2 silhouetted figures witnessed the brilliant intervention. From a sealed space of skulls and bars, a smoke-wreathed figure emerged, its crow-headed visage glowing with blue light. It spread its arms, a novelty after an eternity of confinement. It's been a while, it said, an announcement of a reckoning.
So, the golden obelisk was a jailbreak. Of course it was.
Bloodied but lucid, Seo-Juhan heard the impossible statement, his mind reeling.
What do you mean it's been a while? Isn't this the past?
The entity laughed dryly, dismissing his question.
It doesn't matter what timeline it is. I am one.
The threat remained. Juhan felt the air shift behind him. He turned to see 4 silhouettes, eyes burning like embers. The jackal dogs were waiting. The crow entity hovered beside him, a translucent azure form. Nothing will change in this space. I'll help you leave this place. It considered a predatory curiosity in its tone. Let's see. It would be more fun to use Egyptian powers to defeat you than... Egyptian gods. The words were written across the trial. Juhan's eyes fixed on the entity. What the hell are you? Why are you helping me? Blue lightning erupted around him. A luminous bird of pure energy unfolded above his head as 2 silhouettes flanked him, the world tearing itself apart. The scene dissolved into a void of gradient color, a single stark character hanging in the emptiness. High above, the god's vigil faltered. A golden-haired figure stood bathed in violet and pink energy, a dark sphere churning. It's taking longer than expected, a voice noted with impatience. Anubis, the judge, felt the first fracture. Blue cracks webbed through his divine space. Oh, is it finally done? He mused, then recoiled. No, this feels off. His domain was being violated from within. Reality announced the violation. With a wrenching sound, Anubis's judgment space was ripped apart as a golden artifact surged into view. What? A voice cried out in shock. On the ground, Seo Johan was the epicenter. He lay prone as pink crystalline shards erupted from the pressure of his own will. An incredulous voice echoed the god's disbelief. You believe a mere human can do that? The answer was a deafening explosion. A blast of energy centered on the golden artifact shattered the trial chamber. Huh, it can't be. As debris cleared, a crow of crackling blue energy descended with wings of light. Juhan stood within protective rings, unharmed. Anubis lay motionless. A voice roared with recognition.
I knew it was that bastard, you nerveless thief crow.
A guttural sound of pain escaped another jackal-headed entity caught in the backlash. Osiris, his white fur bristling, pointed at the scene. It's obvious. The crow did this to him. I am sure he was locked away. How did he reappear? The betrayal was against the pantheon itself. The crow turned its glowing gaze upon the other relics, its voice a blade of ice. I still remember you standing on the human side to destroy our brothers and absorb their powers. You filthy bastard. Afan listened, connecting dots. The crow was a caged predator. Its scent had marked him as a tool or rival. He watched as it focused energy, a crimson beam lancing toward a dark sphere. What are they talking about? Is this true? Above, the other gods were not idle. Set, let's use our powers, one commanded. Another responded with resolve. We have to take care of this situation and notify the others. Set snarled, red energy erupting from him. Shit, there is no alternative. I will sweep everything out now that things have turned out this way. A sphere of red-orange force, crackling with purple lightning, consumed the space. 2 silhouettes were caught within it. The world resolved. John stood in a different chamber, an indoor space with lights and grids. The crow and gods were gone. Only residual pink lightning remained. Stone fractured and rained down. In the red-lit chamber, the jackal dogs chattered as they looked up at the newly formed breach. The disembodied voice of the crow carried a warning. It's not just this space this time. The declaration was a prophecy of global horror.
The dead will rise from all over the world.
Alone, Juhan faced the crow. I cannot help you anymore, human, it stated. He met its gaze.
I know. I didn't expect you to.
He had never trusted it. The entity vanished. He drew his sword, a clean whisper in the dark. Now that everyone has escaped, there is no way of escaping this tomb. A smirk touched his lips. Do you think I'm an idiot? He felt the shift. The oppressive divine aura that suppressed his relics was gone. He leveled the blade, feeling power hum. It's different from before. I can use my relics here. He wasn't alone. He could feel the judge's true forms. Also, I know they are here somewhere. Their true forms are mere objects that can't move by themselves. Am I wrong? He leapt toward 2 massive, featureless figures bound by glistening threads embedded with pink particles. the immobile hearts of the trial. His blade descended. From the darkness, glowing eyes watched, amused. "Haha, this is fun. I will look forward to what happens, human." The jackal dogs swarmed. Juhan met them, his glowing blue sword a blur, carving through bone and spirit, sending one spinning away with a shriek. He fought ferociously. From an unseen vantage, a voice observed with interest. "Look at that human having fun." 5 jackal dogs, marked with hourglass and cross symbols, tracked him. Another voice countered, irritated. He has no limits. The implication was clear. This human was an anomaly. Above, the gods' true forms were revealed. Set with an hourglass, Osiris with an Ankh cross, and Anubis. Struggling. His limits? "The army of the dead is infinite," one declared. Anubis gasped.
What is this?"
A calmer voice cut through.
Gather yourself, Anubis. We will take care of him on your behalf.
In the tomb, the jackal dogs marshaled. "Now set. Try harder this time," one commanded. Another answered, "Good idea. Let's destroy him for good this time." Gray bands of energy snapped from the darkness, wrapping around the jackal dogs, binding them with force that elicited screams. The bindings tightened with a sharp sound. Juan halted, staring past the restrained dogs. Tall, imposing mummified figures loomed.
"What are those?"
He breathed, a mix of alarm and assessment. He didn't wait. His sword flashed, striking a jackal dog with force that erupted purple energy and shattered stone. But the new enemies were fast. A blue blade slashed across his face. He barely turned, the impact scattering red particles. Before he could recover, a heavy kick launched him backward, driving the wind from his lungs. He pushed himself up, a blue aura flickering. "It's tougher than I thought," he admitted through gritted teeth. He drew another blade. "Well, I have another knife here." Elsewhere, another player revealed his hand. A man held aloft a golden knife with an ankh hilt, pink light wreathing it. The possessed knife of an Egyptian mortician. A voice speculated. "Are you reacting because you are an Egyptian relic as well?" Another crowed.
Lord Anubis is near. I feel so powerful.
Flanked by 3 towering mummified beings, the figure commanded,
Now, lead me to him.
The mummified entities were gleeful. "Ha! Now that these are bigger in size, it is more comfortable," one exclaimed. Another agreed. "I have so much space." Ancient guardians conversed. "Did you two use your powers?" One asked. The answer was grim. "Yes, we had no choice." A second figure spoke, heavy with foreboding.
I don't know why, but the relic predator crow has reappeared."
A wounded god connected the dots.
So that's why I was defeated.
Another agreed urgently. "Yes, the timing of this incident isn't perfect." A third concluded, "I must notify the others." Behind them, 2 bright orange orbs glowed like eyes through cracked stone. Juhan was a whirlwind, his sword a streak of light carving through a jackal dog, spraying dark energy. His attack found another target, white, rabbit-headed relic that cracked midair. It shrieked, "How did you know? Ree!" A grinning mouth snarled from the shadows, "Die!" A sharp command cut through the chaos.
"Sit!"
2 mummified figures slammed their target down with crushing force. A slashing energy strike, swift and silent, bisected one of the mummies. The trial's infrastructure failed. A golden obelisk fractured like glass, green ichor spilling.
This can't be.
A voice stammered. From the wreckage, an ancient authority made his entrance. A tall, bandaged figure manifested, glowing orange eyes piercing the gloom.
Sir Osiris!
A voice cried. The mummified entity's face registered shock at the sudden shift. Punishment came. A barrage of golden energy slashes tore into its form, the sound of violent impacts filling the air. Amid the chaos, a single word was uttered. Yuhan stood in the dust, a glowing Ankh relic floating before him. He held his short blade casually, smirking. "Well, it's nothing really," he said dismissively. Then he demanded, "Open the trial again." He leaned forward with absolute confidence.
I think the trial results were wrong last time.
A voice protested from the void. I have never set 2 problems for a single human, and even if I reopen the trials, you won't be able to pass. Juhan stood over a shattered jackal dog, his sword high, a flaming ankh casting his shadow long. He didn't argue. He stated the new terms. You would have to change your list of questions, unless you want to be shredded into pieces.
He didn't ask for a retrial. He demanded a rewrite. The absolute audacity of this man.
Among the rubble, Seo Johan stood before the decaying Anubis, the god's staff cracked and his form failing. Johan's voice was calm as he dismantled the god's authority. Well, not every one of them were fully intact. He began, posing the first question that would redefine the entire trial. Before Anubis could protest, Juhan's hand shot out, gripping the jackal god's throat and silencing him with a choked gasp. Juhan held him fast.
You shall ask the questions I tell you to ask. Understood?
He demanded. Here goes the first question. Have you stolen from others? Anubis struggled, outraged by the inverted query. The scene shifted to a man in a dark suit now in Juhan's grip. This isn't even the posthumous judgment. Do you think I'm dead? Huh? Answer me, Juhan challenged, tightening his hold. Juhan gave a simple, brutal ultimatum. Repeat after me if you don't want to die. Back with the kneeling Anubis, Juhan loomed over him.
I'll shatter you into pieces if you don't follow my orders.
The god, stripped of power, could only voice his confusion. Why, don't humans want to own us? Do you not care about me being shattered? Juhan offered his stark philosophy.
Oh, I will own you. But if that doesn't work out, I'll destroy you. If you break, that means we're not meant to be together. Isn't it simple?
Anubis fell silent. A single tear traced a path down his canine cheek. The trial, now under Juhan's direction, proceeded. One agitated, hooded judge began the prescribed accusation. Damn it, have you committed theft? Another, mocking, demanded the question be spoken louder, twisting the ritual into farce. When a mummified entity protested, Juhan was there instantly. Watch your mouth, he warned, kicking it with devastating force. Cowed, the entity repeated the question. Committed theft, sir? Juhan accepted with a smirk. Yes, I have, sir. He then pondered what question to force them to ask next. A silent standoff. Juhan composed and defiant, the entity snarling in impotent rage. A furious voice cried out from the ruins. Are you going to go through every question like this? Juhan didn't flinch. Of course, idiot, he replied, smirking as another impact shook the chamber. The farce concluded. I answered yes to all questions by changing them to be favorable to me, Juhan declared triumphantly. The Anubis relic was on the verge of tears when the trial finished. Purple system notifications appeared. The task given by the large tomb was successfully completed. One of the 3 relics made by the large tomb had completely surrendered, and the large tomb of the Anubis relic had been perfectly cleared. A surge of power followed. A figure was silhouetted within a brilliant sphere of blue energy, the air cracking with released force. A hand emerged from the light, gripping the black and gold ink relic. A single word hung in the air. Come. Juhan stood firm, the ankh in his grasp, as a cascade of system messages flooded his vision. Because I obtained a god-level relic, I had a bunch of messages saying multiple things have leveled up. His dominance over Egyptian relics increased. His tolerance against death-type relics grew to level C. He was granted the title of 2 Raider, elevating his excavation skills to rank E.
Just a casual Tuesday. Beat a god, get a promotion, update the resume.
The system offered another title, Discornus Tom Raider, to decrease relic affinity but increase tomb theft. The crow is having so much fun, Juhan muttered. Rejecting it, blue electricity crackled around him as he issued a final order.
Cut this out. Shut the tomb down, relic.
The relic obeyed. Jagged arcs of blue energy erupted from Johan, lashing out and shattering the ancient stone walls. The destruction escalated. The entire infrastructure of the large tomb began to come apart in a cataclysm of flying debris and violent energy cracks. Elsewhere, the man in the dark suit stared in shock. "The large tomb is breaking?" he shouted. Did he really get his hands on the relics? Another observer, a figure with red hair, peered through the chaos toward a distant blue light. "That greenie?" they questioned, their tone laced with disbelief. At the heart of the storm, Ju-han stood with his back to the destruction, blue energy streaking from him as debris flew past. He was being watched. The watcher's internal monologue recalibrated. Seo Johan is a frighteningly skilled person. He wasn't a greenie I could just get rid of. If I can't kill him, I must have him working for me. A seismic shift had occurred. A part of the large tombs covering Earth had been defeated. The final system message appeared. There is no power to maintain the large tomb. The large tomb completely disappears from the world. In the sudden quiet of a ruined urban interior, Ju-han took a breath.
Good. Now I can get some fresh air.
His relief was interrupted by a voice from the shadows. "Hey, you! I didn't recognize." The speaker stepped forward. It was the man in the dark suit, his clothes torn. Such skill, he admitted, placing a hand over his chest. "I was too rude to you before. I am sorry." He extended his hand in a formal gesture. "I properly proposed to you. Would you want to work with me?" Yuan chuckled dryly.
I thought you wanted to kill me.
The suited man waved dismissively. "That was when we didn't know about each other." Yuan cut to the heart of the matter.
The relics will change the world. In the changed world, people like you have the greatest
potential, the man finished, smirking. "As the chairman of TKBM, I will promise the utmost support. You must swim in bigger oceans. I want to enhance your potential and skill." He leaned in, his blue eyes glinting. The offer was distilled. "Work for me." Juan leveled his sword between them.
You dare say work for you while you ask to work with me? Doesn't that line show your evil thoughts?
Kwon Tae-Joon remained calm, hands open. "Sure, you will invest in me, but you will make me spit out as much results as you invest." Juan saw through the veneer. In his other hand, the golden ankh-hilted knife gleamed.
"Then you could throw me away like I mean nothing when you feel like it."
The accusation hung in the air. "Would make a dog laugh." With the knife tipped near his face, Kwon Tae-Joon laughed. "Ha ha ha, you!" Tae-Joon gestured as the sword point pressed closer. "I'm just saying things. Why are you so sensitive? At the moment, I possess more than you, which is why it may seem like you are working for me. Also, why is it bad to expect results from my investment? You scratch my back, I scratch yours. That's how the world works," he concluded. Ju-han watched him coldly. "He sounds like an old snake." From off-panel, Tae-Joon added, "Think about it." The suited man stood silently in the ruin, arms slightly spread, as if awaiting a decision. He continued his pitch. "You would have to go through countless dangerous events like this to collect relics. You may find it difficult alone. If you get hurt, I can talk to hospitals connected to my company and—" The negotiation ended abruptly. A line of red energy shot from Kwon Tae-Joon's hand toward Ju-han's torso. Ju-han's face twisted in rage. "What? You'll provide health care?" He spat. "I can't just stand here listening to that bullshit, you old geezer." The past surged forth. "I still remember the day the Boshniakia Rasika ended up in your hands," he accused. "You treated me like a slave, using it as bait to cure my disease." Kwon Tae-Joon reacted with impressed surprise. The red energy tendrils that struck Ju-han began to retract. "Oh, that surprised me. You are very good. That was extremely quick." The scattered blood was returning to his body. Ju-han looked at his wound. The cut tissue was repairing itself automatically under a haze of red energy. "That is disgusting," he muttered. This was the power of his defense relic. "I agree," said a masked observer. A system narration identified the relic. The body of Achilles dipped in the Styx River, presumed to be a god-level relic at least. A brief exposition recounted the myth. Achilles, son of the ocean goddess Thetis and the mortal Peleus. Desiring immortality, Thetis dipped him in the river Styx while holding him by the tendon, granting invulnerability everywhere but that one spot. Ju-Han processed it. Achilles obtained a tough body, but his tendon remained a weakness. A similar vulnerability must exist for the relic. The problem is, I don't know where that is. His neck sticks itself together even after slicing it. Tae-Joon, fully reconstituted, stood with glowing purple eyes. Now, do you understand why you are beneath me? Ju-Han, his back turned, didn't yield.
I understand, Your Excellence, but you cannot defeat me.
A smirk touched Ju-Han's lips, pink energy particles clinging to his clothes. Isn't your response obvious? He turned to his own weapon. Accumulate all your strength, Muramasa, he commanded inwardly. The sword responded with blue and red energy. From somewhere came an alarmed cry. Kyuk, what are you doing, human? Ju-Han raised the glowing blue sword. He addressed Tae-Joon as a target. Have you heard of something called mutiny, old man? The air crackled. That's what I'm about to do. In a tight close-up, resolve etched on his face. Ju-Han gave his final answer.
You're right. It is an obvious choice to get on your side, but I don't want to.
He offered the pettiest, most honest reason.
Just think of it as me hating the look of your face.
Kwon Tae-Joon's composure shattered into pure fury. What? As Muramasa was fully drawn, blue energy erupting, narration explained its property. Muramasa is also the perfect weapon for mutiny. It becomes stronger the higher the rank of its opponent is. Ju-Han shouted his battle cry.
Let's test if you'll shut your mouth if I stab you with Muramasa full power.
Kwon Tae-Joon could only manage a shocked, you crazy bastard. The older man, alarmed, shouted, Why are you going this far? Ju-Han answered with motion. He swung the cyan-bladed Muramasa in a tremendous diagonal slash, the air crying out with the force. The strike connected! Kwon Tae-Joon screamed, Kook, as blood droplets and a red shock wave erupted from his chest. The backlash was severe. Ju-Han's own face was cut and bleeding, arcs of blue lightning-like energy discharging across his skin from the strain. A massive stylized graphic of a sound effect filled the panel, representing a catastrophic impact. The chapter ended on the aftermath. An explosive blast radiated outward, a silhouetted figure at its epicenter, and a final, pained cry echoed into the stillness. After the fight, a single thought cut through the silence. A hand gripped a sword, its energy still crackling. Letting an arch-enemy go is simply not acceptable. That resolve was met by a violent scream, lost in the swirling pink aftermath. From a distance, Seo Ju-Han watched. The geezer's domination relic had activated autonomously. Blue and red energy tore at the surroundings. Stepping into its range would have been folly. But Ju-Han had a counter. He used the code of Hammurabi to reflect the destructive impact back. That reflected energy struck, sending Kwon Tae-Joon tumbling through a shockwave. The effort had a cost. The Hammurabi relic itself sustained minor damage, its surface cracking as a massive explosion hurled a body through the air. When the debris settled, Jo-Hoon stood. The relic of Achilles and the domination relic were both heavily damaged. Kwon Tae-Joon would be out of action for a long time. Victory came with an inventory. Kneeling nearby, Kwon Tae-Joon was testament to the fight, but Ju-Han's focus was on his own weapon. But my Muramasa is completely broken, he noted. And the Hammurabi relic also suffered damage. The cost was now fully tallied. A frustrated voice cut through the dust. I did this much, and I couldn't end your life. A second speaker found it extremely annoying. From somewhere else, a name was shouted. Ju-Yan! Ju-Han saw two figures in the wreckage. He greeted them dryly.
Wow, you guys are alive.
It was the blonde thief leader and his purple-shirted companion. Their attention went to a motionless figure kneeling nearby. The blonde man stammered, Hyuk, why is there a dead body? Ju-Han corrected him calmly.
I wish it was, but it's not a dead body.
The implication hung in the air. Ye are gonna kill him? the blonde man asked. Juhan's silence was his answer. A scar-faced man with an eye patch broke the tension. Just leave it, he advised. He's gonna be stuck in a hospital for a while. Juhan was already moving on. Way to kill him as well. Then he shifted gears.
I'm hungry. Let's go get something to eat.
When the blonde man doubted finding a restaurant, Juhan walked away, prompting a frantic wait for me.
Hungry? After all that? Man's priorities are absolutely unshakable.
Elsewhere, amid drifting pink fragments, an unseen voice commanded. Also, speak politely. My patience runs thin. It was met with trembling submission. Yes, sir. The world was reckoning with the event. A woman in a blazer reporting the damage caused by the anomalous event. We are getting tip-offs from those who witnessed monsters. Witnesses were everywhere. Dead bodies came out from the ground. One man said. Another added, yes, a mummy. It looked like a mummy. I wished all this was for a movie. The media was saturated. Some people used superpowers with weird objects. Every channel was talking about it. Against this backdrop, one injured person found solace in a bowl of instant noodles. In a quiet space, the truth was named. The whole world will know about relics now, stated a suited figure. The blonde man across from him parroted relic. Juhan gestured with chopsticks toward objects on a bed, a golden-hilted sword, a black sphere, an ornate orb. The stuff I put down on the bed. The blonde man leaned in. What? Those... Then one of the objects spoke.
I told you the world would change completely. Those who possess good relics will obtain power from now on.
It then lamented Agu. You damned owner, are you the only one that has a mouth? My body is going to break now.
A talking relic complaining about overuse? The HR department for sentient artifacts must be a nightmare.
Juhan, his face bandaged, ate calmly. That's the problem, he stated simply, as Julian Miller looked on with alarm. But Juhan held up a small black device. But I have a solution to that. I have useful friends. Julian was skeptical. What do you mean, friends? That solution was a phone call. A nervous Julian spoke into a receiver. Oh dear Irene. I know this isn't the perfect time to make a call. I found a way to dissolve your curse. On the other end, Irene Holton smiled faintly. Of course not, she denied, before adding, but it's not a complete lie. Juhan, smirking into his phone, laid out terms. I need to be more active to find a solution for your curse. Yes, you just need to find someone for me. Back with Irene, she played her part. I was hoping you could help me with that, she said sweetly, then asked cautiously, yes, of course, but who is this person? Juhan, the mastermind, listened intently on his own phone. The search was rooted in a truth of the new age. Relics could be destroyed. A rare few could restore others. Those who wielded such relics had a title. The restorer of relics. Among them, one name stood above all others. Yu-Jae Ha was top class out of those restorers. He basically monopolized the market. He was called the Fraud King. His talent couldn't stay hidden. He eventually got caught in the eyes of Chairman Kwon. Juhan processed this. In his past life, he and Yu-Jae Ha were on the same tomb raiding team. Now, with his relics damaged, he needed him. I must have him working for me. Will no longer be a problem for me then. He then thought, that girl must think being punctual is a joke. Julian asked, who is this guy you have to find by going through all this? Juhan answered,
It's Yuea.
Julian was confused. Aren't you the best when it comes to relics, Youngnim? Juhan conceded. You're right, but relic restoration is a tricky task. He elaborated. Most restoration relics are on the artsy side. They require extremely high relic affinity. I'll end up getting a huge headache if I try it. His logic turned efficient.
I can't do it? Then I will get someone that can do it. It's that simple.
He glanced at Julian's disapproving look. That is the look of a slave trader. Their planning was interrupted by thunderous rotors. A yellow helicopter descended rapidly. A voice shouted an apology. Sorry, I'm a bit late. I'll get down as soon as I can. From the ground, a voice was stunned. A fucking chopper! Irene Holton stepped out with an apologetic smile. I wasn't that far away, but the roads were all messed up. I tried to come as quickly as possible. Sorry I'm late. Julian and the blonde thief leader hesitated. Julian muttered, "She even has a private helicopter." Just as I thought. The class, Julian cut through it. It's okay. Let's go in somewhere to talk. They relocated to a cafe. Juhan got to the point. Who is this person you are looking for? Irene answered. He is a Korean named Yoo Jae-ha. Do you happen to know him? At a nearby table, the blonde thief leader tensed. Irene shook her head. No, I haven't heard of him. She paused. Choen guided her. You may not know him because he can be using a fake ID. Do you have anyone you know that collects art pieces? Irene's eyes lit up. Oh, my brother does. He even meets up with people that have the same interest. That's great, Juhan said, showing his phone with Yoo Jae-ha's photo. You might have a connection if you're interested in that area. He looks like this. Please ask your brother if he knows anyone that looks like this. Irene took the phone and reacted instantly. Oh, this guy. At the other table, the blonde thief leader overheard and asked Johan seriously, Are you sure you are looking for him? Johan confirmed. Yes. Why do you ask? Do you know him? The man in the red jacket answered with resentment.
Of course I do. You pulled a fraud on my brother a month ago.
Irene corroborated it. I saw him when I went back to visit my parents' house. I remember him because he looks. Her sentence trailed off. The blonde thief leader gestured toward Juhan. He looked nice. Irene finished the thought with dismay. I was really surprised to hear that my brother was cheated by him. Juhan absorbed this. The title fit.
Well, he was already cheating people from this time period.
The unspoken question hung in the air. Then came the twist. The man in the red jacket said, But I don't think you'll be able to find him anymore. Irene, somber, confirmed. I heard he died. A heavy silence fell. His death was recounted a car chase after he was caught trying to cheat. I don't know if the brakes was damaged or he was going too fast. His car fell down a cliff after bashing through a guardrail. The evidence seemed conclusive. Documents and police photos showed the guardrail. Even the police reported him dead. Alone with Julian, Juhan processed it. Julian estimated he is probably 26 by now. Juhan calculated 5 more years had to pass for him to be the age when he first met me. Then the contradiction struck him. His expression tightened with disbelief.
It makes no sense that he is already dead.
The kneeling form of Anubis had already noted shifts. Did the future change? Juhan had asked. The relic confirmed.
Now that I think about it, not everything is happening the way it did before I died. The relic that caused the large tomb to appear was Indian. This time, it was Egyptian.
The past was not a perfect blueprint. John clenched his jaw. The events I took part in are not going the same way as it did in the past, but necessity overrode confusion.
But this can't be. I really need his ability.
A resolve hardened. He turned to Irene, his decision made. Let's still try to look for him. Irene was stunned. What? Are you saying he may be alive? Juhan didn't answer directly. He looked ahead, a slight smirk on his lips. His companion observed quietly. He is a tough one. To which Juhan offered the creed that mattered now.
We must have hope.
The world had changed. News now discussed phenomena matching the mysterious tombs, and governments moved to officially research relics. In a private hospital room, a heavily bandaged man gritted his teeth in frustration, listening to a broadcast while a suited observer stood silent vigil. That patient was Kwon Tae-Joon, lying immobile. His anger seethed just beneath the surface. Damn it! I worked so hard to keep the existence of relics hidden from the public, he muttered. His frustration boiled over. I need to go fuck him up, but why isn't my body healing? He roared. The man he called Sir Chairman urged calm, but the plea was ignored. The body of Achilles was silent, and the immortal relic felt broken. Meanwhile, a scarred man in armor stepped into the private ward, his laughter sharp and mocking. What happened here? He asked. The armored man was addressed by Chairman Kwon, a distinguished gray-haired figure. "You look bad, Chairman Kwon," he said, then turned to another man, Edward. Edward stood holding a small, round object in his hand. With a curt command, Chairman Kwon ensured their privacy. "Stay outside." A voice from the hallway acknowledged the order. In the room, a man in a suit was being reprimanded. "You've been acting out these days, summoning a tomb of that size." The seated man defended himself. "I swear to God, I didn't know there would be a tomb at the airport. It was an accident." Back in Kwon Tae-Joon's room, the gray-haired man sat beside the bed, a bottle in hand. "That doesn't matter now. It doesn't change the fact that the incident happened after you activated your relic. You should lay low for a while. My clients are angry." Kwon Tae-Joon's eyes widened with shock. "What? So everyone knows about it already?" he gasped. The older man took a sip, unfazed. "Yeah. Also, their source of information was me." This provoked a furious shout from the bed, but the man merely shrugged. "I'm not just a weapons dealer, I'm also an information dealer." Kwon Tae-Joon scoffed. I see. You don't care about earning my trust then." The information dealer's reply was a principle. "I must give out accurate information to earn trust." He returned to the pressing issue. "If you've made a mistake, it's your job to make things right. But look at you. Why aren't you healing? I know that you have a relic of immortality." Kwon Tae-Joon admitted his ignorance. "I don't know why, but it's not working. The relic may have been damaged." Once again, his rage found a single target. "This is all because of that asshole Seo Jo-hyun," he shouted. But the older man heard that name differently. Seo Jo-hyun, that guy sounds interesting. Damaging the immortality relic like that. He shifted from observer to proposer. "The damaged relic is your problem. You just need to fix it." Kwon Tae-Joon was surprised. "What? There is such a way?" The man laid out his terms. "I will connect you to a relic restorer. You need to keep collecting relics for me to thrive as your middleman." With the deal implied, the armored man prepared to leave. "Take care, I'm leaving." As the older man walked down the corridor with a subordinate, his final order was simple. "Look into who Seo Jo-hyun is." "Yes, sir." The scene shifted to a quiet office late at night. The city skyline was a tapestry of distant lights, and a low buzzing sound hung in the air. At a cluttered desk, a man with light brown hair hunched over his work. The buzz resolved into a phone ring. "Who's calling me?" "I lost my concentration," he muttered. He turned, phone in hand, and his eyes widened at the caller ID. "Eh? It's Edward?" The label on the panel read, "UJIA, huh?" On a balcony overlooking the city, Edward answered his own phone. "Oh, Edward, it's been a while." A cheerful voice came through. Edward's response was laced with dry amusement. "Huh? How come you picked up my call so quickly?" He chuckled. Ha picking up his phone immediately means that he's out of money. From the other end came a burst of laughter. "Pwah! You know me too well." Ha confirmed his predicament. "I got caught pulling a fraud on someone. So I'm pretending to be dead. I can't go outside. This is driving me crazy." Edward's reply was sardonic. "You've faked so many things now that you fake your own death." Ha took it as praise. That's a compliment, right? Compliment taken. Getting to the point, Ha asked, "Anyway, you called to get me a job." Edward's answer was a single word. "Yes." Ha's tone shifted to serious interest. "You think it's easy to earn money?" Edward revealed the client, but the requester is a biggie this time. It's Kwon Tae-Joon, the chairman of TKBM. The reaction was instantaneous. Really? Ha exclaimed before his voice took on a greedy edge. What do you think? You won't have to worry about not getting paid, huh?" His commitment was absolute. "I'll do it, 100%. Thanks, old man." Cut to a different search party. Using Irene Holton's address, Seo Juon and his associates stood outside a discreet art gallery. One of them voiced doubt. "You believe he really is alive?" Juhan's reply was firm. "He's not that easy to kill. Now, let's go in." As they pushed open the door, a receptionist greeted them. "Welcome." He already knew the answer. While the others engaged, He closed his eyes, his senses reaching out. Well, I can feel it. I can also feel the energy of a relic. One of his men, playing an impatient client, slammed his hands on the reception desk. Is he really not in? Huh? Isn't he playing dead? The red-haired receptionist flinched with a startled cry. Johan's dark-haired associate quickly grabbed the aggressor by the ear. The fuck are you doing, idiot? We have to get her talking. He then leaned closer, whispering, We're here to lure Yu Jae-ha. The dark-haired man offered a mocking apology. I'm terribly sorry. The red-haired woman, Yoon Min-yi, was not fooled. I don't know what you're here for, but you shouldn't act like this. Then, with a sudden decisive motion, a hand grabbed the black duffel bag from the counter. It was Juhan himself. He leaned forward, one hand covering his face. Irene Holton delivered the scripted news. Oh, no, Mr. Yu Jae-ha has passed away. Juhan's voice was choked. What can I do with all this stuff? With a theatrical pull, he opened the bag zipper. Inside, spilling onto the counter, was a trove of glittering, ornate objects. Yoon Min-hee's eyes went wide.
Relics? Over 10 of them. Some look high in rank.
Right on cue. The oldest trick in the book, but for a greedy art dealer? It's irresistible.
Juhan watched her reaction closely. I can see it in her face. His performance had served its purpose. Let's put this to an end. He switched tactics. Now the desperate, wealthy client. Please help me. All of them are high in value, but they are broken. It doesn't have to be Yu Jae-ha, but I need someone to restore these. Yoon Min-hee hesitated. Then she made a decision. Ooh, wait a second. I have to go to the restroom real quick, she exclaimed before composing herself. Oh yes, I'll be waiting here. As she hurried away, Johan smirked. I knew you were going to act like that. He turned to his companions. That girl is Yoon Min-hee, Yu Jae-ha's assistant. She's as greedy as Yu Jae-ha. In a back room, Yoon Min-hee was on the phone, her voice urgent. Yu Jae-ha is definitely alive. Mr. CEO, we've got a problem. It's a relic. The man on the other end was Yu Jae-ha himself. Send them back. I'm dealing with TKBM at the moment, he instructed. But his assistant cut him off. No, that's not it, she insisted. He has brought in over 10. Yoon Min-hee conferred with a smirking companion. They look easy to fool. What should I do? The companion chuckled. That does appeal to me. Okay, I'll think of it as making some spare money. Yu Jae-ha gave his orders. Take the relics and bring it to the restoration room. I'll be there soon. Then he revealed the true plan.
I'll make the most perfect fake and swap those with the real ones.
She returned to the front desk, the picture of apologetic professionalism. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting for so long. Juhan waved it off. It's all right. Yoon Min-hee placed the bag on the counter. I see that your matters are urgent, so I will restore these for you. Juhan clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you so much. You have saved me. As the bag was taken away, Johan suggested we need to inspect it with machines. The blonde thief leader agreed, but was visibly sweating. Aha. Yes, of course. He then leaned in, whispering, Youngnim, all your relics are in there. What if they run away with it? A contract was placed before them. Have a look at the estimated price and contract while you wait. The thief leader watched, aghast. She's taking everything with her. Juan's dark-haired associate quoted an old proverb. A good bait hook's a good fish. The blond man wiped his brow, conceding the point. You're right about that. The three men, Juhan, his lieutenant, and Julian Miller stood together. The lieutenant smirked. Think of it as making a bet, then. Julian nodded.
Let's see if our plan fails or succeeds.
Juhan's own words were the final seal. They had handed over a fortune in broken relics. Now, they would wait to see if the Fraud King would take the bait.
He just bet his entire arsenal on a single play. The confidence is terrifying.
The trap was already set. Seo Johan faced Yoon Min-hee in the gallery room. He smiled, complimenting her for reaching out and acknowledging the high-rank items. But Min-hee was uneasy, sweating. She voiced her fears about getting caught and suspected the people he was involved with were part of a gang. Jae-hwan dismissed her worries with a wave. He told her to just watch out for him and promised to make a fake quickly. Min-yi said, "All right," and walked away, leaving him alone with the broken treasures. Alone, his confidence was absolute. This is easy, he thought. He had his target right where he wanted him. His mind was on the tool he needed. He reached for the Class B rare Esper type relic, known as the Secret Signature, a counterfeit painter's signature. He knew Yu Jae-ha's plan. Jae-ha would use a golden hammer relic to copy the relics handed over. And then he would steal the real ones. By touching relics with the Secret Signature, one could produce a perfect counterfeit that mimicked even a portion of the original relic's function. Meanwhile, Julian Miller and the others waited. They discussed the deception. The counterfeit relic generated its own aura, masking its falsity for 12 hours. Ju-han's internal truth. He was living life for the second time. Julian reviewed a document. "What the hell?" he muttered, sweating. "Is relic restoration normally this expensive?" At the gallery, the blonde thief leader was outraged. "It's 10 million won for one scratch. What a scam!" Ju-han remained calm. "It doesn't matter. I won't be paying him." Ju-han re-entered the meeting room. "It's fine," he said. "How are the relics?" Behind the table, Yoon Min-hee clutched the black duffel bag, her face falling as she stammered an apology. As the bag was unzipped, Min-yi delivered the verdict. "The relics are too badly damaged. I don't think I can fix it. It's on the verge of destruction." A low, stern voice cut through the tension. "Is that so?" Yu Jae-ha unleashed a sudden powerful kick that sent Min-yi reeling back with a scream. Chaos erupted. A dark-haired man shouted, "What kind of bullshit is this?" A blonde associate cried out, "Hyung-nim, why are you acting out all of a sudden?" The furious man accused fearlessly swapped my relics with fake ones. The blonde man managed a stunned, "What?" Yoon Min-hee stood frozen, arms crossed, stifling a gasp. Internally, she panicked. Her panic intensified, captured in a close-up of wide eyes and trembling lips. Desperate, Min-tai pointed toward another room. I'm so sorry. The real ones are in that room." Elsewhere, the true architect of the swap was cornered. A brown-haired man in a hoodie was pressed against a door, sweating as he pleaded, "I swear I didn't do it. Please, spare my life." His internal thought, "Fuck. How did he know?" That man was Yu Jae-ha. He started to shout, "Let me get the hell out of..." He was violently thrown backward, crashing into furniture. Seo Jo-moon witnessed the culmination of his scheme, grimacing and clutching his head. 3 men entered the room. At their center was Yu Jae-ha, now composed, flanked by the blonde thief leader and another. "Gotcha," one declared, as Ju-han spun around with a shocked scream. Now it was Jae-ha who was bound. A dark-haired man calmly handling rope gave the order. "Tie him up, rope." The blonde man was tightly bound. What? He had more relics?" he exclaimed, struggling. The bound man thrashed, shouting, "Get off me!" He was met with eerie whispers in his mind. "Play with me, human! Let's play!" He grunted in pain. He cried out, "Where is my stuff? I put it in the vault! Get me out of this thing!" His pleas fell on deaf ears. A suited man simply stood, listening to the suspended captive's demand. Seo Jo-han crouched before a gray safe, ignoring the bound figure. "Shut up," he said dismissively. "I'll take my things first." The hanging man uttered a confused, "What?" Yu Jae-ha stared in horror as Jo-han calmly retrieved a small device. "How the hell do you know my password?" Jae-ha screamed. "Did you come here to do this on purpose?"
The man's got his passwords. Is there anything he doesn't know from the future?
Jo-han, gripping the duffel bag strap, answered coldly, "Does it matter? You're the one that did wrong." Enraged, Jae-ha spat back. "What, you asshole?" Securing his relics, Ju-han's thoughts turned inward with disdain. Yu Jae-ha was already a lost cause, a fraud. Jae-ha's shouts echoed. "Hurry up and untie me, you!" Jae-ha was once a skilled artist, living a normal life after graduating from a renowned art school in America. Through overwork, he lost the unique art style he had developed. This loss was known only to his tutor. That tutor was Richard Chang. He stole Jae-ha's style, became a world-famous artist, and left Jae-ha's frantic protests unheard. Jae-ha was less famous, so his career crumbled. The world saw him as a jealous upstart. From that moment, he was changed forever. He began using his talents to defraud people. At this lowest point, the counterfeit relic approached him. That relic gave this broken scammer a wing, a means to soar on a path of deceit. Back in the present, Jae-ha's outrage boiled over. What did I even do wrong? He screamed. You are an idiot to be fooled. I hope you get castrated, you stupid psychopath! A black-haired man with a scar remained composed. His internal conclusion was firm. I will never persuade him. The method of persuasion was in hand. A suited sleeve held up a black pen. Do you know what this relic is? A voice asked. It is called Shakespeare's childhood pen. Seo Johan began to write on a notepad, smiling calmly. It helps you make anything you write with it actualize in real life. Jae-ha shouted, What? What are you doing to me? The pen's power took effect. Jae-ha, hanging from the rope, was racked with near-death pain, his form contorted. The source of the excruciating pain was between his legs. 3 men observed, sweating and grimacing as sounds of agony filled the room. What do you think? It's my novel, the writer said. The bound man screamed. Ah, you crazy bastard! Jae-ha's defiance shattered. Sorry. I won't take the restoration fees from you, he begged. I'll do anything you say. Please, spare my life. Juhan smiled. This was working great. He laid out the terms plainly. Of course you won't take restoration fees. Make a deal with me. Then I'll let you live. The deal was formalized on paper. A contract appeared. Its lines starkly labeled, master and slave. Jae-yo struggled weakly as he read it. No way. That makes me your slave, he protested. Yuhan offered a correction. Slave is a strong word. He extended a hand toward the blonde thief leader, who recoiled. Exclusive contract is a better word. The thief leader jerked back, shouting, like that's any different. On his knees, the blonde thief leader listed the oppressive terms. 0 restoration fee. I must go to you whenever you call me. I can't take any other requests. What the hell is this if it isn't a slavery contract? Jae-ha and the observers watched. Another captured man panicked about a clause. What do you mean? The code of Hammurabi relic will take revenge on me if I don't follow the deal. One standing man nodded. Your friends over there will let you know. Seo Johan remained calmed down and read the contract until the end. It isn't all bad. He revealed the fee. It's $6 million. He laid out the carrot. The deal included a bonus for every relic restored and full provision of food, clothing, housing, comfort, and security. Which means I will take care of you from now, Juan summarized. Where on earth can you find a deal like this? Suspicion burned in Jae-ha's eyes. He pointed accusingly. Do you even have the power and skills to follow it? I don't know if you are lying on me. He fled, shouting, This doesn't count. He sprinted from the room. Seo Jong-kan and Edward merely watched. Should I go get him? A blonde subordinate asked. Yes, Juhan replied, then added, I didn't know there was another door. As the men moved, he issued a command. Don't go too hard on him. A unified yes, sir confirmed their orders. Alone, Juhan's thoughts turned strategic. He had bound Jae-ha, but using mere power had limits. He needed to win the man's heart. He knew something crucial. In the future, Jae-ha would obtain a god-level relic. Jae-ha pursued his own desperate lifeline. He burst through a door. Phone pressed to his ear. Hello, he gasped. I'm Jae-ha. You've heard from Edward, right? Chairman Kwon's voice was smooth. Oh, yes. I didn't know you would contact me first. In a hospital room, Kwon Tae-Joon, immobilized with a cervical collar, smiled as an aide held the phone. Of course, I must contact you first. Jae-ha's voice came through. Tae-Joon laughed softly. Thank you. Sweating, Jae-ha seized the opportunity. I heard you wanted a relic restored, he said eagerly. I'll do it. In the hospital, Edward extended a small rectangular device toward Kwon Tae-Joon. Turn off the TV, Tae-Joon ordered. Edward complied. Yes, sir. As the screen went dark, a sly grin spread across Kwon Tae-Joon's scarred face. It's been a while since something was working out so well. The scene split, showing Tae-Joon's satisfied profile alongside Jae-ha's nervous face on the phone. Jae-ha strained to sound cooperative. Okay, let's set the details for this deal. Two powerful players began their negotiations.